and YouTube's gone as well. We'll try and get this sorted ASAP. London internet, what are we going to do? Back on YouTube, back on Twitch. Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird how it buffers and then comes back on a different connection. So apologies about that, guys. What happens? For some reason, it instead of buffering nowadays, it just seems to disconnect and come back. Which is really weird because on YouTube, you then have to find the new stream again. A bit bizarre. So apologies about that. And it is back up live now as a different stream. We might not have to stop and start it now. So fingers crossed we're now back on YouTube everywhere and Twitch and Facebook and everywhere else. It does seem to go and come back. Gerald Ringe, good old Gerald.
He had a deep run in the 1K last weekend. He's back with another cash. So Rob, pocket nines.
Players and Midi men going once you finish the hand. There will be an extended break. We are doing a chip race with a 500 value chip, so if one player on each table can be used by anything.
start.
That's one player each table to buy in the 500 value chips, and there is a 40-minute break.
So in half hour's time,
Yeah, we just heard that.
going to be on a 40-minute dinner break.
That's in 30 minutes. We have a 40-minute break. We're in the money.
Yep.
You're joining us in the Midi. What are we down to? 58. It says on the
53 needs to be
how many?
updated. 53.
53.
After Aaron Woodcock went
Oh,
out
man.
and Donate de Souza. Well, we have lost a couple more because Fadhil Farag, Antonio German, Konstantin Erhan have all busted, which means we're actually down to 50, 5-0.
Wow. Hold on. I thought you said 53.
No, 15, we lost another 3.
Every time we turn around, I really want Nathan Lee to do really well. I really, really do. Nice to see him walking around the room. And I didn't see Victor either. Victor Ilyukin. He said he was going to come and say hello. He got eliminated on the feature table. Disappeared. I hope he's playing the... Paul Maguire's playing the 500. Tell you what, this White Lion must have some poker league. They're all playing events that are just like huge. The pot washer and the bottle snatcher are playing the grand final next week.
Ace Jack for Rob, making it 16.5. Queen 9-7 2-heart board. Now the Ace of Hearts, going to opt to check this one. Can go either way as Rob. Picks up nut flush draw, doesn't choose to fire. Just happy to try and get to showdown the old second nut height. And Ace Jack looks like it's going to be good.
$470,000 Raheem. Patrick's 400. Rob Boone building the stack as well. Good player, Rob. Good player, Rob Boone.
So Aria here, working with just sub 15 bigs on the button. Might be, could even limp this one potentially, Tower. Off of 15 big blinds. Going to opt to open. A7 suited here for Robert. in the small. And just moves all in. This is really good from Robert. Right, just on the stands off of just sub 15 bigs, Aria's going to shove ace king, ace queen, like all those type of holdings. So once he actually comes in for an open, like his value range becomes like really condensed, like the big hands, the aces, the kings, the queens, the jacks that he wants to get value from. And then other than that, he's just going to have a whole host of stills there in that position. That's why we can sometimes incorporate a limp with those type of holdings there, try and save a big the time that the small or the big sets us in.
So under 25 minutes to go until the end of the session and a 40-minute dinner break. You need to get yourself out and then return. Raheem and I stack at 450,000, chip lead on the table.
What a loose open this is under the gun from Raheem, raising the 5-3 suited UTG. No fear from this man. And that Rob not going anywhere with the suited ace-9. Makes the call. Both players catch a piece. Nut flush draw for Rob, 2 pair for Raheem, and Raheem going to fire. We are ever opening this hand under the gun. This is a board which we're just going to be continuing higher frequency here. There's just so many bad turns for our hand. And, Rob with a nut flush draw, not going anywhere. Pings it on the turn.
Boom. Checks as well.
Yeah, shut down central from Raheem.
Absolutely.
Not going to be putting another penny in this pot.
Certainly not now. Bad card for Rob.
Yeah, I don't think he's ever getting called by a 5 anyway, tower. These paired boards, 2 spades, no straight draw, really pretty easy hand reading spots when the big blind calls are continued. It's going to be Jack X, 5X, spade draws most of the time. So on this 6 of spades turn, we literally do not beat anything here now as Raheem. Well, it's going to go into the muck eventually, so I'll let you know about 2 more bust outs. We've lost Alpa Gotcha and Nathan Lee. Nathan Lee?
Oh, I was only just talking about it. I've just seen him walking past and I didn't realise he'd bust out. I like Nathan a lot. He's been playing the circuit since it started. Back in 2007. Oh, man. Just bust out, apparently. The password is G final. All uppercase. 6 o'clock it starts. Tower's playing. I will be all in first hand. 47 in so far. Get yourself in. It's free, and there are tokens to the closer tomorrow to win.
So Cully raising it up with the ace jack, makes it 16. going to make the defend in the big blind. Flop time.
It's flippity flop time. Heads up to the flop. Ace Queen 8, 2 downs.
Yeah, really nice flops for Cully, especially with the ace of diamonds in our hand. So on this board we're going to have lots and lots of bets. However, some of the time with this particular ace jack combo incorporate some checks in versus big blind defend range, but more often than not it's going to be a bet here from us. Don't have to go too large, but just get the snap fold from Raheem. Just over 15 minutes, guys, and then it is an extended 14-minute break just for the players. Get some food if they like.
Yeah, we know they all get fed at the tables. It's always been at Under the Vic. There's only a small select restaurant here, so not much space for the guys. But nice little touch for getting a bit of grub down your neck while you're sat playing, and you've still got 40 minutes to do what you want. When does that break, Jay? When's that break?
Just over 15.
15 minutes. Afternoon, Leonard. Leonard Hodgkinson watching Timmy Mallet. And it's a bitsy teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini. Happy so for the first time today. Password is G final, uppercase. G final.
Motivation for players in our one-day event is paying 15,000 study set for 13 levels for the late entry and re-entry period. Prescribing costs.
So Gerald opening the ace 4 suited, +1.
We have that note for the other Steel Olympians and number 3, your entry line set at 100. That's all players and
Looks like Rob Boone with a decision on the button.
Yes. I don't know why I see 6, his cards aren't showing at all. Don't know if it's him or the box.
Well, looks like Rob's counting out 3 betting chips here, Tower. So it should just be a snap fold for us as Gerald, once it comes back round to us. And it's fairly small 3-bet size in here from Rob. Tower actually giving Gerald a really attractive price to make the call here, literally just a smidge under 3-1. The thing is, alarm bells are just going to be going off for me as Gerald here, but he is going to make the call with the suited ace 4. But now working with 113k in the middle, so literally about 1.25 SPR. I think when we open EP and Rob, who I don't usually see have too many like 3-bets. 3-bets us, even though we're getting that price, and a lot of the time I'm probably just going to bin this one because we are out of position as well. But now we have flop top pair, and this could be dicey for us because Rob's still going to have the better ace-x in his range. He's going to have kings in there as well after being the initial 3-better. And that is one of the problems as well, the odds of this hand being the 3-bet out of position. Once we open, it's so much better to be the player raising with these suited wheel aces. So Gerald checks once more. I actually like the double check here from Gerald because Rob may get sneaky some of the time, incorporate some checks with kings, ace king, maybe even ace queen as well.
You're going to be thinking he's got an ace in his hand.
Yeah, so gonna call here as Gerald Tower. Gonna have to call once, especially after check flop and we've checked turn. Rob's probably not putting us on an ace too much. Got to think about the hands that Rob's thinking that we've got here, so gonna call as Gerald. And then if we're faced by a bet from Rob on the river, well, this is now we're chopping with most other ace-x here. Oh no, this is not what we should be doing, Tower. This is
not cool.
Yeah, that's not what we should be doing as Gerald.
Is that kings? That is Gerald. He stands up. Rob must have kings.
Yeah, it has to be kings or ace king, perhaps. But,
it is kings,
yeah.
Rob. Boone sat there with the Cowboys.
All could be avoided, Tower. We just fold to that 3-bet pre-flop. As we said, it's just a spot where it's got to go in the bin. I know we're getting an attractive price, but out of position, working with 1.25 SPR once we make that call. And we got the reverse implied odds of it as well. The time we're up against bigger Ace X, and unfortunately for us as Gerald, we're out the door.
We are out the door. Bit of a punt from Gerald Ringe.
Yeah, well, it's just I think he must have thought he's getting such a good price pre that he's going to call with his suited wheel ace. But pre-flop is the foundation of a poker hand. If you start making small, no matter how small they are, small little mistakes pre, they can lead to some bigger mistakes down the line. And all comes down to the pre-flop action there. And Rob Boom snaps his arm off, and Rob's up to, I think, nearly 600k now, just like that. Little Gerald. We lose him in 47th place, because before him we lost Anthony Wong on one of the outer tables. So just
it's all gone.
Down to 46 players. Sorry, 45, I think. Sorry, 46.
It's all gone. Wong.
All gone Wong.
46. Heading to the break. It is. He's also got a bracelet as well as old Gerald. You're not going to stop him. You're not going to change the way he plays.
Yeah, I don't think Hold'em's his game either, Brad. I think Gerald's very, very good at mixed games. I think Hold'em's like one of the ones that's at the bottom of the shop for him. So I doubt we're going to get a horse tournament here at the Vic. So just opposite play Hold'em.
Would you play the horse if it was on a day where you weren't working?
I can't stand limit poker, Tower.
Nope.
I think it's just so boring. But I would probably flick it in, but
Yeah.
just not a fan of limit.
Fair enough.
So blind on blind here, range is a lot wider. That's why Cully's calling twice here with his third pair. Probably thinks Patrick's only going to go bet with Queen X or better in this spot, so maybe thinks he's weighted more towards bluffs. Now facing this final barrel out the way, and Patrick up to 440. So heading towards the 40-minute break. How many's in the 500? Shall we have a quick check? I know that Spand is sat next to David Hay. That's all I do know in the 500.
Is he?
Yeah.
David Hay's playing. We'll hopefully get him in the chat box at one of the breaks and have a quick 5 minutes with him.
So Aria defending.
68 in the one day.
It's in the command, Spearsy. Underpass, it's G final.
68. It started at 4 o'clock. They've lost 10 already. It's only 15,000 starting stack, to be fair. What's that all about? Doesn't actually tell you the starting stack on the app, which I think it should do. Does it always tell you the starting stack? It does, doesn't it? Maybe it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Good. Good.
Mr. Mandala, how are you? Nice to see you, sir.
Is it right, yeah?
Still
Are
in
you well?
Midi, yeah?
Yeah, we're on feature after.
Oh yeah, okay.
Oh, get ready, the Mandala family. The table gets better looking after the break.
See you in a bit. So a couple more bust outs. After Gerald, we've lost John Bousfield and Abdel Morzi. As well as that, Amir Danderford is gone, which leaves us with 43 players. Down to 43.
So we're heading towards the 40-minute break. Yeah. Stephen with his short stack of 91,000 is all in with Jack, Queen, suited. Rob can't call. Paul gets out of the way as well. Raheem also gets out of the way. It looks like it's folding round to the big blind this. And that gets it through. The under the gun, all in, is good.
Yeah, every break they just switch out each table for a different table. So yeah, you're going to be in exactly the same seats, just on a different table. Fold, fold.
So 3 or 4 minutes to go until the end of this sesh. We'll get as many chip counts as we can remaining out of the players who are still in. How many's left in, Jay?
Top right, 43.
43.
43.
43. 43. We're all in the money.
Yeah, that's what we're playing for.
Money.
Money, lots of money.
Playing for money. We're not playing for seats this time, we're playing for money. We played cash on Friday. We played a satellite for the National Poker League yesterday, which was exciting stuff. Paul Maguire winning himself a seat with 0.75 of a blind. King 3-4 on the flop. Unfortunately didn't see the hands. Probably the last hand of the session if we get action. Don't get followers on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube and Twitch. We should have refreshed with the YouTube stopping and starting on its own for some unknown reason. So we'll play it all the way through. We are here until the end of the evening. We will be crowning a champion on the final table. Rob Boone has upped his stack. Looks like he's got about 550k. Might even be more. Big Henry Gerald Ringe. Gerald doing Gerald things with ace 4 after Rob had flopped a set.
Cully with the 10s in the low jack.
All folding round. So Rob's big, is he defending?
Looks like he is, counting out the chips.
Is that a race?
Nah, it's just a call there, 1K's tower. Just making the dealer's life harder.
So he does call. Defends with the 8-6. Four, 4, 5.
Yeah, it does flop gut shot, so Cully probably going to get one street of action here.
17. Should see a turn with a gutter ball. So it does call. We might be up in some of the 1Ks at the break, that is for sure. Rob's got chunks. 9 of clubs on the turn.
Yeah, Cully with the 10 of clubs, Rob with the 8 of clubs. Cully's probably going to check this one. He's going to have quite a high frequency check on this turn card.
Check, check.
And once the flush completes.
Any 7s about.
When you're running
any
good.
offsuit 7s.
You're running good tower.
Rob Boone.
Yeah, Cully's going to snap this off.
Better 25 and a snap call. And he sees the bad notice Cully. A wry smile on the face gets Rob up to 630,000. Wow.
I'm guessing one more hand before we go on break.
Yeah. One more. We will be back at 4:30. Sorry, we'll be back at 5:30.
5:30. Yeah, 4:30. That'll be Back to the Future.
One hand left, says the dealer.
One more hand.
We're on one more hand. Well, we turned up. We got in the money. We started with 170.
60, 70, yeah, 160, 170, something like that with the day 2 buy-ins. 2 sessions and we're down to 43.
We got in the money at 68. There wasn't a bubble, which can take one hand, no hands, or no on an hour. It could take 3 hours, as we've had before. No hands. Carry on dealing, said Dina. That was it. In the money. Well done, everybody. They all locked up 1,100. And they're playing for £73,000 and the trophy. The announcement from Dina that the break is 40-minute break. So we'll be back at 5:30 PM. We'll see you then. Might come back 2 or 3 minutes before and have a quick chat. You never know. Might get David A on the stream.
Yeah.
If we get David A sat with us for 10 minutes, see how he's going on and what's happening in Vegas and the likes, and what happened since Goliath when he finished 40th, which was amazing. We have a new table coming back. What have we got? Give
Ryan-
us a couple of names.
Ryan Mandara's on it. Maz Bako's on it. And Ram Vaswani's on it.
Awesome.
There we go.
Ryan, Ram, and Maz on the way back. We will see you
In 40 minutes.
40 minutes at 5:30. Come on back and join us for another session of the Midi.
See you then.
See you then.
Me repeatedly, and then and I still had a chance to take him out. I think I had pocket fives and he had ace king, and I limped in with the fives. We were playing three-handed. The other guy had a peanut of a stack, and he raised, called, and it came 10 jack 7, and he bet and I raised with the fives, and he just called, and I knew he had ace king. And the turn, I bet, he raised, and I re-raised him, or at least I called him with the intent of calling on the river, and for some reason I bailed on the river. All I had to do was call 500,000 on the river. I'm going to bust him. The other guy has the tiniest stack ever, Eugene Todd, and so that one really hurt because I also had the guy all in. I think he had king 10 suited when I had ace queen. I had him all in. We had a flip one time, and so that one hurt. I mean, of course, when I finished second to Brian Rast, that's the one that hurt the most. Because I had him down to no chips, and the whole poker world was watching. The stands were full of people at 3:30 in the morning. That would have been the one, the Poker Players Championship.
Yeah.
I probably regret a bunch of those second places. I remember one in 1994 where I had 2 aces, and I had a guy named George Rodas on with a king and a 10. Howard Lederer had a short stack.
Yeah.
And he was on before the flop with king 10. And he somehow won. I remember it came jack 10. And he turned to 10. And, I'd been waiting, moving in. Finally, I had aces. And that one I felt like I was supposed to win. And so there are times where you just feel like you were supposed to win a bracelet and it didn't happen.
Yeah. Apart from poker, you obviously write books. We've touched on that very shortly. I'm going to show you something very shortly on how we first met, and I remember it more than you, obviously. But you're in the New York Times bestsellers list, and we've got the brand new book out at this moment in time. But I have got this. I've got Deal Me In, and I have it signed.
Nice.
Because I was in London at the World Series Poker Europe, and we did the book launch. And I remember we went into a pub on the corner of Leicester Square. Myself and Paul, who still works with us, and we got the book. And this was a new release when it came out, and we signed it off. And I thought, do you know what? Phil Elmuth has just signed a book for me. And it's still pristine, by the way. It is pristine. It's got all the stories. My favourite story is the Devilfish story. I love these little books. But if you wasn't a poker player, and a very, very successful poker player, would writing and being an author be right up there of what you would be doing on a regular basis?
I mean, it's very interesting. I think, this is the first time in an interview I've ever said it, but I think I could have been a motivational speaker pretty easily. That aligns well with me, but you have to accomplish something, I think, to be able to motivationally speak to people, I think. And it's an easier path to get there. So, but I could easily have been a motivational speaker. I could easily have been a successful businessman. Yeah. And could easily have been a promoter. So I don't really know where I'd be if it wasn't poker.
That's there. That I was there when I was there with you, and it's signed for me by the great one. And then
book, it's like 50 hand of the weeks, and so you read each one at what takes 2 or 3 minutes to read the story. Just kind of a flavor of what it was like. Deal Me In now, as I look back, is a flavor of what it was like to be a professional poker player in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s. Because that book came out, in 05 or 06?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's impressive. Where did Poker Brat get coined? Who was the first person to call you the poker brat? Or was it yourself?
No, that was not me. That was Andy Glazer.
All right, okay.
So Andy Glazer was, the all-star poker writer, right? And he, I have a funny story about how I met him. Should I tell it?
Yeah, of course.
So my wife and I choose a vacation, and we choose to go to a place called Esalen. Eselen's a very famous spiritual place.
Mm-hmm.
So we decide we're going to go study Buddhism with the master, the Lama Suryadas. Suryadas has become bigger and bigger and bigger in Buddhism and has lots of books out. So my wife and I go to Esalen for our vacation to study Buddhism. I'm like, hun, can't we go to like a 5-star hotel somewhere? So we drive down the California coast. We arrive at the most beautiful place you've ever seen. One of the houses is right underneath a waterfall. But they have the natural hot springs there, but you're not allowed to wear clothing. Mm-hmm. So everybody has to go into the hot springs naked. And my wife chose not to talk. That was part of the training. And so I wasn't going to do much talking. And one day she's like, hey, I'm going to go get some food. And I'm like, I'm going to the hot tub. So the natural springs. So I go down there, no clothes on. And sitting across from me is this guy talking about what I think is a poker tournament. And I'm like, no way. Come on, this is a spiritual place. He's talking about a poker tournament. At the end of it, he's talking to I guess Andy worked there. Mm-hmm. And somehow I said, I dabble a little bit in poker. He's like, oh yeah. I'm like, yeah. I play here and there. And I was trying to be modest because that's what we were taught that week. Of course, this was during a time when I wasn't as modest in the 1990s. And I guess the world thinks I'm not modest, but they don't know me that well. But anyway, after you listen to this interview, I sound cocky. I'll give you that. So anyway, there's Andy. And he's like, so he starts asking question. I'm trying to brush it off. Almost sorry I brought it up. And then Andy says, oh, what's your name? And I say, Phil Hellmuth. And he's like 6'6". The 6'6" big naked guy stands straight up out of the hot tub. And he says to his friend, that's like Michael Jordan saying that he dabbles in basketball, and like over and shakes my hand, walks over to shake my hand, this big naked guy, and I shake his hand. And we were connected after that. And he was a writer. And so he wanted to write my autobiography. And when I finally started writing the autobiography, he wanted to help me with my first book too, so now I sold my book to HarperCollins, and he wanted to help me, but he got sick right then. And so I wrote the book myself. He wrote maybe of that book, say it's 94,000 words. Andy wrote about 8,000 words. And, but I was, depending on him, but he was sick. So I started doing it myself, 1,500 words a day, every day. Bam, 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 bam. And it got easy because I'm writing about poker strategy. And so, but we had a long-term plan of him writing the autobiography, but unfortunately, he died.
Brilliant. You touched on basketball there. Did you ever get a chance to play at a high level, or were you a big fan? Would you have loved a career in basketball rather than poker?
I mean, basketball would be great. I've been getting a little time with Draymond Green lately. He and I went on a little trip together for 4 or 5 days. Mm-hmm. And seeing how hard he works out even on vacation is pretty crazy. Basketball would have been amazing, but I think if you want, you have to be great at basketball if you want to make the big money, right? Yeah. A lot of the guys aren't great. Unfortunately, if you're the 50th best or maybe 100th best basketball player in the world, you don't do as well. Now that's changing, but I love basketball, and I was never world class. I mean, I'm 6'6" almost. And I could dunk, but barely. I probably dunked 5 times life. So yeah, I didn't have the skills to play basketball.
We're glad you stuck to poker. In 2003, 2004, the poker boom was like, it just exploded. Did you see it coming? What did you think of it at the time?
Yeah, I mean, I remember someone found me in '04, Michael Kaplan, a writer from New York, and he said, Phil, you told me in the 1990s that they were going to have in stadiums, and everybody laughed at you. And he said, now look, we're having the final in the Penn and Teller Theater. And not just finals, but also I thought there'd be so many. He said, you predicted there'd be so many players that fill a football stadium. And he said, you were so right about that. And so, yeah, I saw that coming, but then I didn't see it coming as fast. So I saw it coming in 1995. I thought it would happen earlier at a much slower pace. But no one saw it in '03 and '04 and '05 going on ESPN and exploding that and becoming a global phenomena. I didn't see that much. So, but yeah, I saw poker getting big.
Yeah, and now obviously you're part of the ESPN team that covers the main events, the final tables, the commentating. Do you still get a buzz when you're commentating rather than playing?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I mean, this year was one of my fun little stories. I'm on stage and whenever it's about once every 2 hours they cut to me.
Yeah.
And this year it was with Maria Ho. And of course, Kara, who's amazing, and Maria, who's amazing. And so it's the two of them and me. And but I wouldn't commit to doing any of the comment. I wouldn't commit to any of that while there were tournaments still going on. And finally, I'm like, all right. So I played the $5,000 buy-in turbo event, and I think they were rebuys in it this year. So I busted. I went right into the commentary booth. And then I told Maury and I told ESPN, I said, I will be there for the rest of the time, even if I'm in the tournament. So I enter the 5,000 turbo, like literally at the deadline. I go over there and I play for 8 minutes. And then I come back and do the commentary. So I'm already dressed up as a commentator. And then, boom, they cut to me live on ESPN and on the global coverage. And that's so much fun for me. It gives me a huge buzz. When you're live in front of millions of people, like I've been live on Anderson Cooper, there's a huge buzz there, yes. So I got this huge going on. And the minute I'm done, I'm like, am I clear? They're like, yes. And so I disconnect one thing to make sure that they take the headphones off and I go, but I'm still connected. I can still what's hearing at the final table. And I go right back to play the tournament. And now I got my money in bad, which is very rare for me. Jacks against aces. I mean, I had to as a turbo. I hit a jack. I got it in bad one more time. Maybe it was like ace 4, and the other guy called me with 6s. I hit that. And so I'm getting lucky, which is, not my usual modus operandi as far as getting my money in bad. But I'm hitting some hands, and yes, I admit I was very lucky. And, 2 hours later, now I have to leave the turbo where the blinds are going up this quick. I have to leave the turbo for half an hour to go do my commentary. I have to show up 8 minutes early or 7 minutes early. And so now I'm doing very live from the World Series, but I've been tracking it the whole time. I've been reading the updates as I'm playing. They're sending me the hands that are coming up. I'm listening to what's happening at the table. So I'm informed on what's happening over there. And I do that. So now I go live on ESPN again. And meanwhile, I'm in the tournament over there with chips. And we're getting close to the money. And I believe that I think we may have hit the money while I was doing the commentary. So then, boom, I finish that. I go right back, and I'm still dressed in my suit, and you know what I mean? But it gives me an excuse to wear the Aria hat live on television. Because I told ESPN, I said, listen, if you want me and I'm still a player, I'm going to dress like a player.
Yeah.
So they told all the players they can't wear any logos, any gear, but I'm an exception when I'm in a poker tournament. And so at least I got an excuse to get the Aria live on global television a couple times. And so then I make day 2. So then I think that was it for the night, but I'm hanging out for the coverage. But meanwhile, I make it to the end of the day. And I think there's about 25 of us left. So now next day, I have to do the commentary and play the tournament. And we get to the final table pretty quickly, and I'm thinking, oh my God, I'm going to be final 4 tournament or 3 in this tournament. I'm going to have to leave for 20 minutes. Will the players at the table stop the tournament for 20 minutes for me? I don't even want to ask, but I'm going to ask when it comes to that. And so meanwhile, I've had to go into makeup and, and so I'm all ready to go. I'm all in my suit and ready to go. But I'm at this final table and I'm watching the countdown and when I'm going to get needed. And unfortunately for me, I busted in 6th place tournament. There were 2 final tables left as the main event final table. This was also the main event final table where they were going to finish it, I believe. And so there's 3 tables that are left in that whole hall. There's the one when I left, there were 5 left. There was another one that had 5 left, and then there was the main event. And so so I busted 6th, unfortunately, and I go into my perch up there, and I'm really into just the main event, but I'm looking over, watching the other 2 final tables, which were basically right next door to us. And then and I think they gave me a shout out. It might have also been my birthday that day. So they gave me a shout out for my birthday. They gave me a shout out for just busting 5th in a tournament, or 6th or whatever it was. It was all kind of a weird thing. And then I was able to just focus on, the commentary for there, because that was it.
Brilliant. Super competitive, we know. 16 cashes last year in the World Series. I think it was 12 the year before. I think there's only 1 year in the last 25 that you haven't cashed in one of the series. Where did the super competitiveness come from?
It came from, I talk about this in my autobiography. Very simple. I'm the oldest of 5, as I mentioned earlier in the interview. And what I didn't mention is I have ADD, and my athletic skills aren't as good as my brothers and sisters. So as the 5, watching my brothers and sisters flourish and basically get straight A's, and me getting C's, and then watching them flourish in athletics. They're all doing well in athletics, but I didn't have the same skill set they had. I had to hold on to something for my own sanity, right? When I'm 7, I had a 6-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a baby in my family. For my own sanity, I had to be the best at games. And so every game we played, I had to be the best. So every game we played, I learned from an early age how to devise perfect tactics in all these games. Scrabble, and the fact that I studied Latin, I'm an excellent Scrabble player. All these games that required strategy and skill, backgammon, I learned how to become great at all these games. And so it was a natural progression for me to move into studying poker. All right, how do you become great at poker? All right, you do this, you do that, you do this, and so but that warrior in me, and when I would lose, that's where the poker brat was born. Because if my brothers or sisters rolled double 6s to beat me at backgammon, I was unbearable. Because what did I have left in my life? They were better than me at everything. And so I'd be like, oh my God, you rolled double 6s. That was unbelievable. How did you do that to me? Blah, 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 blah. And I almost made it not fun for me to play with, because if I lost, I was too negative. But that's where the competitiveness came from. And it showed itself in the early years in poker, and it still shows itself. But in the early years, like if somebody beat me 1 hand, I felt like, and if they outdrew me 1 hand, I felt like, oh, they're what else do I have left in life? They just beat me this 1 hand. And so, I had some issues I've worked through, but I still think, I still think that I can be a little bit bratty sometimes. Generally, there are some years where I show up and it's not, and I just realize my position, and I enjoy that a little bit more. But most times I'm just, and as the series wears you down and you get tireder and tireder every day, more and more of the poker out.
Well, poker brat or not, you've raised over $50 million for charities, which is an absolutely incredible amount, and every credit to you. You got the biggest celebrities in the world just at touch whenever. Do you ever get starstruck by somebody that you see and you think, oh, wow?
Yeah, it's very weird. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, the first time I met President Clinton, I was definitely a little starstruck. You know, um, I'm not sure that I get that starstruck anymore. I mean, I think the first time I met Ben Affleck, I was starstruck, and the reason why, he was with J Lo at the time, and so him and J Lo were I felt like they were the two biggest celebrities in the world. And I remember it was, I think 2002 or 2000. I think it was 2002 at the Bicycle Club, where 01 had 30 players in the main event, and now the World Poker Tour had launched, and there were 700 players. We went from 30 players to 700. I walked in the room, you know, being one of the biggest stars in poker, and they said, Sports Illustrated wants to talk with you. There were 3 news trucks from the 3 local stations in the parking lot. There was press buzzing. The room was just buzzing with people, and there was Ben Affleck playing in the tournament. And I just went by and I said, hey, Ben, you know, welcome to poker. And he said, what am I, Phil? He quoted me from my own book. First of all, he knows my name. How does he know my name? Second of all, look, am I a lion, or I am a, like, he had some really cute thing to say. And I was like, holy cow, Ben Affleck knows me, and he's a fan of mine, and he's read my books. I was a little starstruck. You know, Michael Jordan, super starstruck when I met him the first time.
Yeah.
And, you know, and so, yeah, I mean, it happens with some of the world's biggest celebrities. But now a lot of times I know that now all of a sudden I'm not a starstruck because I've met some of the biggest celebrities in the world.
Yeah.
But it's kind of fun. All right, is this person cool or not? You know, I generous randomly like a couple of years ago, randomly, and she loves poker, and she was just cool as could be. And so, I mean, you know, she introduced me to Portia. Just randomly ran into her, and she's like, Phil. Oh, Ellen knows my name. That's cool. You know, meeting Tiger and hosting his event. You know, and I remember the coolest I've ever been in my life. I can tell you exactly when that was. Maybe I should tell that story. I'm
listening.
Met the Aria Hotel, and I'd hosted Tiger Jam. I just finished 4th in a tournament, a heads-up tournament, or I guess officially 5th place in a heads-up tournament. And I'm exhausted because those heads-up matches just drain you. Exhausted. And I go up to my room at the Aria, and I tell my wife, honey, I want to order from Javier's Mexican. And it's the one place I had to go get the food. And I'd run into MJ on Friday. This was a Sunday. And I'm like, I told her, I said, honey, somehow I'm going to run into MJ. And she's like, what? What are you talking about? I said, I just have this weird vibe. And so I went down to pick up the food at Javier's. I did walk through the high limit area because that's where MJ hangs out. And then on the way back, I'm like, you know what? You're not going to, you know, whatever. I did ask if he was at Javier's. So I did look for him twice because I thought it would happen. And I said, you know what? Screw this. Just take the fast way back up the escalator. You're not going to run into many people. You won't have to sign a lot of autographs and take a lot of pictures. Let's just get out of here quickly. So my food arrives. I take the escalator up at the Aria, and now I'm at the top of the escalator. And who turns the corner? Boom! It's Michael Jordan, and he's walking with this guy named Pops, who's like in his 70s, and they're walking 1 mile per hour step. And I fly in the casinos, and I come flying up behind MJ with a bag of food in my hand, and 5 feet away from him, like, don't bother him. So I slam my glasses on, and I just decide to blow by him and ignore him because, you know, I mean, Michael Jordan, everybody in the world stops him, you know, give him some space. Because I know what it's like. I'm being stopped every day for, you know, a couple weeks by that point. And I look over, I look to my right, and I'm like, hey, I'm like, hey, MJ, good to see you. He'd already seen me on Friday and said hello. And he nods. And I'm walking 90 miles an hour. Boom, I take the left turn, towards the steakhouse, but there's the private VIP doors there. I open the door and I instinctively look behind me because I'm raised in Wisconsin. If there's, you want to be polite and open the door for people. So as I open the door, I notice MJ's running. I mean, he's with Pops. They're like running. He should just be turning the corner. And I'm supposed to pop in the elevator and be gone. But he's run. And now he's like only 10 feet behind me. And I'm like, oh my God. And so I knew what to say. I'm like, hey, congratulations on your marriage. He's like, thanks, Phil. How's it going? What are you doing? I'm like, holy shit. MJ ran to catch up with me and wants to stay. And, we'd hung out a couple times and starts asking me all these questions. We take the elevator up together. We talk the whole time. It was just really nice. And then, fifth place in this tournament, in the heads up tournament, Michael Jordan running to catch up with me. I just hosted Tigers event, and I wake up the next day and my friend says, hey, President Obama, he was still president, President Obama was at my house drinking wine and was asking how you're doing in the World Series of Poker. I'm like, President Obama knows me? Oh my God. Michael Jordan ran to catch up with me, and I was a complete asshole for the next 2 weeks. All I wanted to do was tell everybody about Obama. Obama was asking about me, how MJ ran to catch up to me, about how I was hosting Tiger Jam. I think I had 99 caches at that point, and I only needed one more, so the whole world was getting ready to announce Phil's going to be the first to 100 caches, and I'm just in the center vortex of press and great things happening. That's so cocky. I didn't even cash for the next 2 weeks. I don't even think I had 100 caches the rest of the series. And I was just like, oh my God, Phil, what is wrong with you? You couldn't handle your head blowing up. It's like my head exploded. Obama, Jordan, Tiger, the vortex. People come up to me 100 times a day during the series, pictures, autographs. They want to tell me how great I am. They want to tell me that I'm their all-time idol who they aspire to be. And my head blew up. And I played like I lost focus. And the next time that happened to me is when a lawn party. But at least I started days and I blow up. You know what I'm saying? And so you get better at dealing with stuff and better at dealing with stuff. But yeah, the ego can seep in negative ways, and you have to try to avoid it.
Yeah, you touched on the online World Series and that you're stopping at the Aria and playing most of the series there. Are these going to be real bracelets? If Phil Elmuth wins an online tournament, he's number 16 and then maybe 17. What do you think about the online series?
For sure, it's real bracelet, for 100%. And you're going to see Negreanu playing in every tournament. You're going to see me playing in every tournament. You're going to see all the guys that want to win bracelets, that really care about winning bracelets, are going to be playing in these tournaments. Now, the sacrifice is that we have to go, to Nevada, in the summertime. But that's not much of a sacrifice. I'll be staying at the Aria Hotel, baby. Come on. All these world-class restaurants there, in the high limit. I'm sure I'll go down there for some socially distanced drinks and cigars. And, so for me, this month of chasing bracelets, plus I like the fact there's only one a day. You play your event at 3, maybe hop in an hour or two late. And if you bust out, you have the rest of the day to yourself, So I'll definitely be working out at the Aria. I'll be, and I know the Aria is taking the most precautions of any casino except the Wynn. So MGM and the Wynn are taking the most precautions for COVID. Yeah. So I'll go in the gym to work out, but if I don't, I'll walk. But I'm going to try to find a way to hit the exercise bike where I feel safe every day. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that. Maybe I'll just have to wipe down the stuff I will be touching before I hit the exercise bike. But, I can even play a World Series of Poker tournament on the exercise bike. Yeah, and so I mean, so yeah, I think these bracelets will count. I know I'll be. If I want to tell everybody, I just won. I mean, I had the whole world stopped. I had the whole poker world stopped. I mean, the people that are paying attention, the insiders, when I almost bracelet in early June in 19. I made the final table 10-handed. I had the chip lead. I think we had 3,000 players in that event, and it was the online tournament.
One thing we will miss, because it's a World Series online festival, is we'll miss a Phil Hellmuth entrance. There's been plenty. I've been there myself. What, the 4 years it was in London, I was there myself. You had the Lady Gaga's one year. You had the Caesar. What's been your favourite?
Caesar. I mean, I just got asked this question, so I know the answer. They just asked me. Caesar, man. I thought, listen, first of all, for Caesar, I was in the best shape of my life. So, you can see the muscle definition. I mean, I'm not some bodybuilder or anything, but you can see that. I mean, Norman Chad commented on ESPN that I looked really good in the Caesar thing and commented on my muscles. And that guy, Norman, who I actually love, and he loves me, but is the most critical of me, of anybody in the poker world, complimenting me on my outfit. And it was really fun. 4 guys carrying me in to the sidewalk. Yeah. And in London, we had an actual chariot with a horse bring me in. But go back to the Vegas one, and I know that they paid. I know that just renting the costume cost $20,000 that I had on. I had a costume that had been used in the movies, and so and I just saw pictures of the other day, and then they had all of the the women, who then greeted me at the curb dressed in those white, beautiful dresses and walking. I mean, that was cool. And the first 2 or 3 entrances, I was really embarrassed. And then I just embraced it because I think it's great for poker. I think it brings eyeballs to poker. It's undeniably great for poker because we bring eyeballs. We're doing fun stuff. Now, of course, the Thor entrance was cool because they showed it for 11 minutes straight on ESPN2. I mean, 11 minutes straight. What are those commentators talking about after a while,
Brilliant. If we had a poker Mount Rushmore, with Phil Hellmuth being the first person, the face there, you've got 3 more to join you. Would you be able to put 3 there?
Yeah, it has to be Phil Ivey, Doyle Brunson, and Johnny Chan. The big bracelet winners.
Absolutely.
Well, who did I say?
Yep.
Yeah.
Ivey.
Those guys are all tied at 10 bracelets, I think. And and all have been, Johnny Chan, people don't know how great he is. Like, he's been playing in the biggest games in the world almost every day since the 1980s. I mean, it's only when the young generation gets a chance to play with him, in the biggest poker games in the world, that they say, wow, because they don't know how great he is. And Doyle Brunson, up until the age of 83, 84, was playing in the biggest games in the world and winning every single month. And Phil Ivey, great at everything. And so right now, that's the Mount Rushmore of poker. It could look differently in the future. Negreanu is, going to clamor for one of those spots and may well get there. Eric Seidel, another great player who's performed well all over. He's won a fortune in the cash games. Seidel has. He's won a bunch of bracelets. He's won high rollers. Eric is another great player. He's right there. So Negreanu and Seidel are right there. And there's some other guys too, but I think that's enough to mention for now.
Touching back to your bracelets, you've got 2 in Raz. Was that always your second favourite game?
It seems to me like Raz. I bought into all the hype of everybody saying, "Oh, we hate Raz, we hate Raz." There's only because everybody hates Raz because there's so much luck involved. They perceived it to be all luck. And then for me, the light went off one year, and I won my first Raz bracelet. And what people miss is it's a great game for reading abilities. Because if someone raises and you raise it, say with, I don't know, 7-5 deuce, you have to pay attention to all the cards on the board. And the guy behind you re-raised with ace 3-4, and he hits a 3 and a 4. Most people just fold. Yeah. You hit an 8 and a 9. You have a 9 made. Most people are just folding right there because he re-raised you, and all you can see is his ace up. Unbeknownst to you, he actually has 2 pair, but it looks like he has a 6 low or a wheel. So that's where the skill in Raz comes in. Knowing when someone paired and when someone didn't pair, and then representing a hand when you don't actually have it. And so there's all this skill in Raz. And so what happened? My eyes opened up, and I have a first. And then another bracelet, and then a second. I have 2 firsts and a second and a 5th in the last like 6 years in Raz. It's crazy. I just keep getting there. And so, I think I have the best record in the history of Raz now with Ted Forrest, who's we've always recognized as the best Raz player in the world, is second. He's right behind me, but I passed him for best record. But I mean, yeah, he might be a better Raz player than me. I have a better record than him, but let me win another Raz bracelet or another second, and then I can really say I already have a better record, but the separation is this much.
We've had during this time, there's just under 3 minutes remaining on.
To be fair, she's been alright.
I know, I was trying to work out where I was. I think you're here, right?
You're here.
Yeah. On my table before you? Yeah, you just moved to the table. You moved to right there. I was looking at that, I didn't know which one I was.
We agree this is 50,000. I'm cutting down the middle bit.
So we're just starting in. He must have been outside. He's got the coat on. I bet he's been having a cigarette in that fantastic loft.
Freezing, yeah. It's got cold. It was lovely when we walked in, but the temperature's dropped.
Afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope everybody is good. We are back with another session. There's the chip counts. Nadots, 1.3 mil. Nadot.
Nadot? What? Nadot?
Nadots.
Nadot.
Well, there you go.
Okay. Never heard of Nadot, but Nadot's got the lot.
His ring is still in, says on King.
Yeah, right up there.
Just in third place with 700,000. Rob Boone 625. He had a good session as we saw. Oliver White. Right down the bottom we've got Cornell Mui, Marius Hutter Pursuit, Stephen Woodhead, and Joseph Macca. Not working proper. Well, fingers crossed it gets refreshed and it gets sorted out. We've not done anything to it. Hopefully it doesn't. It just sorts itself out, ladies and gentlemen. We hate it as much as you. We are now on the case. Masbeko in 1. Gonzalo Gonzalez in seat number 2.
What name that is?
Sheldon Kalako in seat number 3. We have Kay. We've got to think of a name for seat 4. We've got Joe Maxa in seat number 5, Ram Vaswani in 6, George Robinson in 7, Ryan Mandara in seat number 8, and Chris Doesn't Miss a Trick in seat number 9. So, okay, what shall we call seat 4?
KH.
KH. Ken Hom.
Who?
Oh, one of the most famous chefs in the world, man.
Ken Hom.
Yeah. Google him. He's amazing. Stream's gone again. It's okay when you refresh. Thanks for that. So rig is on 700. Everybody. For anyone that wants to. Yeah, we're going for Ken Hom. That's what we're doing. We're on 43. In fact, we were on 42 at the break because we were on 42 at the break because the last man out was George Dimitriou just before the dinner break. And we're now back 42. Mick the Mods back Masbeko and Ryan Mandara.
Yeah, first pot's going to go away at George after turning 2 pair.
We don't know. We don't know Super King because he's down as GDPR malarkey rubbish. So we're just going to call him Ken Hom. Ken Hom. Up the ducks. Says Harry. Oh, Harry. That's your boy, is it? Awesome.
I don't know, Brad. I don't know anything. Something I do know, not to rip Ace Queen for just over 25 bigs. That's something I do know. But other than that, yeah, you're right. I don't know much, Brad.
Oh, the needle. Oh, I felt that one.
He's been needling me all weekend. I've got to get him back.
I tell you what, I felt that one.
Suze, it's G final. I'll put it in the Twitch chat for you. It is on the commands.
There's only 66 in. I've got a right chance of winning this. There's only 66 of us in. G final.
A bit of action here because Ram flopping top pair and Ryan sitting here with double gut shot and just sets Ram all in. So this is near coin flip post.
So Keith is right. We'll come back to this in a minute.
So only 7 queen or jack for Ryan.
Queen 9. Ram called top pair, second best kicker. 8 on the turn is good for Ram. Oh my days!
When Mandara gets there on the river with the jack of spades.
Every time he gets in on this feature table, Ram Vaswani gets rivered.
Every time, Tower.
Every time. He'll be walking up to us and saying, "Not on the feature table, please." Wow. Ram Vaswani, second hand in. Very unlucky. Ali Campbell's #1 fan rooting for Ryan again. Is that his mum?
Yep.
Hello, Mrs. Mandara. So he's Keith because he cashed in the main event and he wasn't GDPR. So we'll call him Keith.
Okay.
So it's not Ken Hom. You still need to Google Ken Hom if you ever take up cooking.
He's a chef.
He's a very, very famous chef. So it is Keith in seat 4.
A lot of cheering going on in the bar area. Guessing Chelsea have scored.
Nope.
No.
Other ones.
Other one, Man U.
They're in red.
Why is there loads of cheers in? We're in London. What? So now Ryan's got chips, going to be dangerous, and straight away, lovely little free bet bluff from him out of the blinds, makes it 77k. And A7 off here for George facing this free bet. Ryan gets that one through, takes it with the worst of it, and straight like that, up to nearly 700k. Great start to the session for him. Tim says, I bet he doesn't dip chicken nuggets in ice cream. It's not any ice cream, it has to be a McFlurry, Tim. Give it a go one day. I'm sure it is, Brad, I'm sure it is. Nicola, I'll find out for you. Nicola asking if Bruce Jones is still in. Let's have a look.
Bruce Jones, are you still in, man? Are you still in? Brucey, 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 Brucey Jones. Oh, Brucey, Brucey.
Yes, Bruce is still in the mix, Nicola.
Excellent. Excellent. If he was supposed to be home an hour ago, it's because he's still in the Midi, playing for 73 grand. How many's in the 73 now, you see? 73 now, the password's been given out. Free roll starts in 20 minutes, ticket to the closer. £110 ticket.
Yeah, blinds now 5k, 10k. We will let you know every 15 minutes or so. Bust outs within the outer tables.
Yeah, we're in the money, so there's no hand for hand anymore. We are in the money.
Oh, Nicola's got some money on Bruce.
Awesome.
And Harry says he's sorting his Christmas jumper out for Friday.
Who said that? Yes, Harry. Good on you. We'll be sorting them out. Jay's looking on Amazon as we speak.
Are we wearing matching ones?
Can't see why not. I mean, it should be. I think it should be a go or no.
Yeah, you got someone else who wants to wear matching ones.
Have we?
I don't know what I'm going to do.
Okay.
We'll see. We'll
I think
see.
all the dealers will come in Christmas jumpers as well.
Well, no,
amazing.
I know.
That's a great effort.
I know one that is, so.
Last buying day of GUKPT 2021, next Friday, while we're streaming, Christmas jumper day. Oh, hey. Well, next year when the festival's on the 1st till the 18th of December.
Yeah, I know.
Woo! Might be Christmas jumper every day. Always must remind me when I get home as well to watch Up.
Players in the Midi lane, you have new levels 4 by 5,000, big line 15,000, and third and 60,000, 5,000, 50,000, 50,000.
So 40-minute levels. We started with 169, I think it was this morning. We missed the first two sessions. We missed the first session because of the extended day towards the evening when we crowned a champion. But it's gone mad. Yeah, we were on 100. We were on 42 at the break. Still be another 8 hours from now before we crown a champ.
And the rest, here he is. How you doing,
Mr. Gary, already see, he's got the money in his pocket. He's burning a hole in his pocket, and he's got to come and spend some of his winnings. Are you in the 500, Gary? Are you in the 500?
No.
No.
Only on the house.
Playing the Omar tomorrow. Keith for King Jack.
Caught up with Ricky last night.
It's nice, tricky spot here for Ken. Or Keith, we're going with Keith, ain't we,
Yeah.
Because Gonzalo shoving like 10 big blinds on the button. He's going to have like suited King X in here. So there are hands that we dominate. Jack 10, Queen Jack. Obviously against the ace-X, he's going to be shoving all the ace-X with 40%. I think he might call here, Tower, with the King Jack versus a button shove. As long as we think Gonzalo is a good, competent player and he's going to be shoving the right range of hands here, then I think we're going to see Keith call. But if he makes the assumption that Gonzalo might just be shoving the tighter end, then he might elect to let this one go.
Well, he's made the call.
Yeah, I think we've got a call, Tower. If we think Gonzalo's a good player, competent and shoving the right range of hands.
So King Jack for Keith. Ace 9 for Gonzalo. 6, Queen 3.
So the ace-9 holding. Some decent runners for the King Jack with that little Jack of diamonds doing some work, but deuce on the turn means no runners. King or a Jack to fade to get the double for Gonzalo.
And he does. Sarah says, what's the password for the free roll? It's G final. All uppercase, GFINAL. Yeah. Chelsea fan might be in a bit of a mood when he gets back later on tonight.
Is it 1-0 still? I thought being in London, when I heard the cheers, it must be Chelsea that had gone 1-0 up.
I know, yeah, there were a lot of shouting and cheering when Man United scored. We are on 42. Eliminations will come thick and fast again, I'm guessing. The Grim Reaper to my left will tell me what's happening.
Yeah, we'll let you know.
We're going to play the password Grosvenor Poker. The free roll is on at 6. Get yourself on to the client. £250 of the prizes up for grabs.
So Ryan opting to just limp the 9-8 suited under the gun. All this has to be to do with Tower. There's so many 20 big or less stacks around the table, and obviously when we open this hand and we get ripped on, we can't call. So just preserving a big blind for the times that it is raised up. And Joe here in the small with the 9-6 suited, going to be completing at the very least. So Ryan flopping up and down, but we are 4 ways, so not electing to bet into the field. Does turn 2 pair with this 9, but the Jack 7 still out in front of George. Also picks up a straight flush draw to go with his top pair here. So now, once it's been checked through on the flop, George going to try and thin the field down or take it down here. Opts for 16k. 16 into 50, so just south of third pot here from George. And, that should be job done. Shouldn't be getting called in any spot once he bets into 3 players.
I think John Ayre's been on the Ruby Port this afternoon. $73,000 up top. As you can see, prices scrolling across the floor. Any more eliminations in the early parts of this session?
Let's have a look, Tower.
Young
Let's
man.
have a look. Yes is the answer to your question.
Tell you what.
Charles Hill, gone.
Oh, Charlie.
Robert Ayton, gone. Cedric Raffi, Ram Vaswani, we saw on our featured table.
We did.
Marius Hutzpursu.
Wow.
And Jizzy Lee, the winner of our 1K last week. Got another cash in the Midi, so that is going to leave us with 36 players. Just like that, Tower, down to 36.
36. Joe sat in seat number 5 on the button, rips the 94k, and no action from the blinds. We'll get a curtain in a minute. All folding round in turn. Eventually it was going to have to slow down, wasn't it? It just can't carry on like this, can it? 169 down to 36.
There's so many stacks in the field that are like 20 bigs or less, Towers, so there will be a point when it will have to slow down, but right now players just busting out in force. Sheldon opening EP, Rob flat in the A6 suited on the bum. Rob Boone's back in the same seat. How did he manage that? Did he say, can I stay here? King, Jack, Deuce, Rainbow. So Sheldon going to have plenty of bets on this King High Rainbow board. We're unaware of his holding, but Rob going to have to get out of the way with the ace-6 of clubs here. Not much going for us here, except backdoor clubs. But it looks like he's going to come in for a float. Try and take it away from Sheldon on a later street. So 9 of spades on the turn. And now Rob definitely has to get out of the way, Tower, facing this double barrel. Maybe leaking a few chips, calling the flop, but he's got the chips, so I guess he can get involved a little bit more.
Yeah, I was up to 640,000 at the break. As we saw, a big chip leader was 1.2 mil. Evening, Kev. Kev Lower, watching. How snowy is it in Stoke?
Probably very.
How deep is it? Can you see your garden? Or is it all white over? Been pretty bad all over the country, apparently. Right, proper bad. 36 left in the Midi. We'll be crowning a champion on the live stream. We're going nowhere tonight. Nowhere.
Going nowhere. Somebody help me.
Somebody help me. I got a pain.
So we're down to 36.
Yep. Wow. Monkey Magic says power. Bloke says, got no snow here in Newcastle upon Lyme. 3 or 4 inches now, part of the city, much of yesterday and today. It's been bad everywhere, Kev. Rotherham was a foot deep this afternoon at 12 o'clock. Oh, Frosty the Snowman was being built by the kids, as I saw. Well, my nieces and nephews.
So George opening 7-8 of hearts. Raise and take for him.
Right. And don't forget, guys, if you are, as this is going to be a late one, don't forget it is all recorded. You will be able to watch it back when we do finish, whatever time that will be. We will be obviously recording it for YouTube purposes. It will be on the stream tomorrow if you have to go and get up for work in the morning early. We will be here until we crown a champion, so you can re-watch it. No snow in Bedford, says John Bonadise. No, the further south you got, definitely, it was absolutely crystal clear blue skies this morning in London.
It was
One
nice.
going round. Matthew, George for the win. All the Wendover cricket lads are watching. Good luck. Snow stop play.
So ace 10 for George in the low jack, making it 22. And Sheldon with the old suited 3 deuce, going to make the defend. 10, 7, 6, 2 clubs. A lovely flop here for George after opening the ace 10. And going to be continuing. And, no action from Sheldon on this one.
So we're on 36. Everybody's in the money, as you can see, scrolling across the bottom. Everybody's in the Wonga. 649 runners for the 560 Midi. 324,500 in the prize pool. And a whopping 78,190 to the winner. Amazing. Blind now at 510.
How doing, Adam? So blind on blind, and Sheldon going to raise it up to 30k. And we got Keith here. I think at 10-9. Might see him call here, Tower. Take a flop with position. Blind on blind.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, we're going to do exactly that. Keith is going to see a flop. No, a bad flop neither. 8 Jack 4. But Sheldon bottom pair up and down for Keith.
Just could see him move all in here, Tower. Definitely could be the play here for Keith. Oh wow, Sheldon's just set him in. Fair enough. So Sheldon's just set him in. So this is a bit of a different scenario now with the 10-9. So Sheldon going 1.7x pot here, and Keith still wants to have a little gamble, and he's actually in good shape. Up against a jack there. We're in there's only can ping a 7 or a queen. But we're actually in good shape against this particular holding. Any 10-9, 7 queen to do the job. Same applies for the river.
Oh, just fills up.
Running jacks.
So the 9-10 departs. Keith, who ran well in the 1K, has gone. He's gone, man. He's gone. He's run 35.
Bit less than that, Tower, because
what?
we lost Andy Moore, Stephen Woodhead, DA and Keith in the last 5 minutes.
Wow. So where did Keith finish?
31 left. Keith finished 32nd, so we're down to 31 players.
So we obviously must have a page up now. Obviously we're scrolling along the bottom. 31. 1,500, as you can see across the bottom. Good luck everybody in the free roll. It's starting in a minute. Towers all in first hand. Nobody came for that pint.
What pint?
The one that you offered where I got knocked out last week.
Oh yeah, no one did.
No one came. If anybody is watching the live stream and you want a free pint,
and you're in London,
and around the vicinity, if you come tomorrow while Jay's playing the 1K Omaha, whoever knocks me out can have a free drink.
On me.
And the way he was drinking last week, it might turn into 17.
Nah, not in the 1K. the 200's alright, like you're having a little fun, you're just flicking in, seeing how you get on, but the 1K, I'm going to have my head down in that one, I think, on the waters. There is no beer tomorrow, Tower. Unless at the end.
So here we go. Towers moving all in. Oh, I got on my table. Glassman. Mr. Sneaky.
Mr. Sneaky. Watch out for him.
And UKPT 88. Hopefully, obviously watching the live stream. Well, better be. I'm moving all in first hand. Oh, delicious.
Blessed. Absolutely blessed.
Who wants me chips? Glassman folds, doesn't want a pint. Not sat at the table is
free pint.
Free pint. It's a beer. Have you any idea how expensive beer is in London? Mr. Sneaky, no, Moanda gets out. Mr. Sneaky's cold! Oh, Mr. Sneaky's watching the stream. Oh, three-way action. Only need a 10.
Hold the baby.
Oh,
Hold the baby.
yes! Oi!
Oh, Comscam's frozen, but
Right, hold the fort.
so Gonzalo just choosing to rip the 8s here for 20 bigs.
Sneaky winners watching says congrats. We try getting you the pint, Sneaky. We try getting you a pint.
Oh, the Boone's going to be in as well. Rob Boone's going to be in the big blind with the ace king. He's not folding.
He isn't. Three all-ins. Oh my days.
And the way Rob Boone's been running today,
Yep.
he's probably about 70% here. Double that equity. I'm expecting king flop here, Tower.
Ace king for Rob, ace 10 for Joe, and 8s for Gonzalo.
Oh, maybe it's not the Boone's day.
No. The ace king, the 8s are holding at the moment, and a good flop for the 8s.
Yeah, very nice. Oh, the way he flicked that king over, the dealer.
The king on the turn looks like eliminating 2.
Yeah,
Sarah!
2 gone and Rob
Rob
Boone.
Boone. Anybody got money on Rob Boone, ladies and gentlemen? He's in the right state. He's got 808.
So we lost. Right state, he's got 808. You don't get paid enough for this, Tower.
Hey.
Lofty Bugami busted just before that hand, and then it was Joe Maxa and Gonzalo Gonzalez 30th and 29th respectively. So that means we are down to 28 players, just like that.
Golden, Mr. Boone, absolutely golden. Big smile on his face.
$28. I thought you was going all in every hand, Tower.
I've got 30,000, I could win it now.
Oh yeah, he's locked up now. He's folding his way to a £5 ticket.
Right, alright then, next time I get an ace in me on the morning. It won't be this hand. Hope everybody's in the free roll. It's a great thing. 111 in so far. There's only 2 people being knocked out. The 2 that I knocked out.
So Ryan choosing to open 7-5 of hearts under the gun. We are 6-handed now, so effective low jack for this particular hand in question. And nice this from Chris. Free betting the 10-9 of hearts to 55. Nice hand selection, good opponent selection as well. And just folds round. Nice little play there from Chris with a 10-9 suited. So we'll know when we're down to 27 because the seats at the table will be filled.
They will indeed. That's when we get to 27. Absolutely loving it, brothers. I've never won a three-way all in before.
So Chris 10-9 suited, opening to 22. And Sheldon looks like he's got a decision here in the cut-off with an unknown holding. It looks like he's counting out. 3 bet and chips. 3 bets to 60k. And these two fairly deep. So might actually see Chris pill this one. The 10-9 suited. 50 odd big blinds deep. Just sub. Do you think Sheldon's ever getting out of line? It could go either way. Might want to preserve his stack, wait for a better spot. 10-9 suited, lovely hand. Especially heads up, equity wise pre that we're going to have. And does make the call. So we're going to sweat with Chris this hand. Play from his perspective because we don't know what Sheldon has got. Ace 7-5 2 club board, so this is just going to be check fold for us here, Chris. Once we get this board, we're not going to be continuing anymore. Should just be check fold for us always. So expect this one to go into the muck, and it does.
If you are having problems with the stream, we do apologise. The internet's what, I don't know, it just seems to drop and then reconnect all of a sudden. Apologies about that, guys. You think when you come to London everything's going to be hunky-dory, but all of a sudden it decides to do its own thing. Which is bizarre.
Why have you got the fold 20 bet box check tower in the free roll?
Just to let you know, I'm raising next hand. I'm not even looking. Mine's 5,000, 10,000. As you can see, top right hand corner, 28 players left. We are playing down to a champion tonight, and we will be live streaming it
The whole way.
the whole way.
And I know it's probably going to finish 4-ish in the morning, so you can go back and watch it on YouTube. It will be uploaded to that, so if you do miss the close for this tournament, it will be uploaded to the GUKPT YouTube channel, so make sure you hit the subscribe button. You can watch all previous events, Twitter and Facebook at Grosvenor Poker, and YouTube and Twitch /GUKPT.
Evening, Jim. Jim Marlowe just tuning in.
And then Jim, everything's good.
It is, apart from the droppages on internet every now and again, which we can only apologise about. Out of our control. Fingers crossed. Everything is good.
So Rob Boone, he's been flying.
Come on, the Boonster.
On absolute mini heater at the moment. And look, he's just going to get loads again, Tower.
George has got 800,000.
It's crazy,
So he
this
just
game.
Is that a call?
No,
or is that raised?
that's a free bet. That's definitely a free bet. Like, when you're running good, you're running good. And Rob Boone here with the Kings incoming 4-bet. That's what I expect to see.
Wow, look at George.
How is he just
Look at Georgie boy.
Oh.
He's got 800,000, Rob just rips.
What are we doing, Tower? It's too much. It's
It
too
is too
much. We
much.
want a 4-bet to induce from a hand like Ace King. And now George will probably just get out of the way here, Tower, because Rob's never doing this with Ace Queen, so we're just going to be flipping at best here a lot of the time, or we're just going to be crushed or same hand. But Rob should be 4-betting to like 130, 140, and we might have seen George then 5-bet rip. Like, we could have potentially got the induce, and
It shows him the kings as well.
what are we doing?
It shows him the king.
Just rips it in for 80 big blinds.
Wow.
Rob Boone, he's flying, but definitely could have left some value on the table there. Could have potentially induced the 5-bet rip, but just sticks it all in with the kings. Oh,
Evening, Sean. Rob, what you come on, really? Yeah, if 4 bets, he gets a lot, doesn't he? Well,
yeah, potentially.
Potentially gets a lot. Scroll along the bottom there. Sean was the payouts. £350,000 prize pool, 78,000 to the winner. We are here crowning a champion, and it looks like we're down to 27 by the looks of this young man, because there's players moving everywhere.
Yeah, that's because we've lost Raheem to just that.
No, Raheem was on our feet. He had
the lot. He had the lot tower, but we saw him opening 5-3 suited early position. We saw him making some very dubious calls. Like, sometimes you run good and you get a stack. It happens. You're going to run good and get a stack once in a while, but that run good's going to come to an end eventually. And you need to preserve those chips. And Raheem, who was one of the chip leaders, is out in 28th place, which puts us down to 27.
Wow. 2 and 7, 27.
So now Rob opening 4-3, and George going to flat the Jack 10 suit. Phil Suki, winner of the Mini. What are we thinking? Mini, Midi, grand final treble? Would that be some feat?
Absolutely.
Saw him on the PLO cash game the other night as well. Just had some glasses on. That Phil looks like he's got fair stack there. One to look out for. Glad you're enjoying it, Sean. Sun City Kid says, evening guys, great stream. Great watch yesterday with the league.
Flop for George to get some chip backs here.
Cheers, Sun City Kid.
Just flopped him dead.
Yeah, Suki looks like he's got chunks as well, Tower. Say it's a form game.
So we're on 27, 3 tables, 27. We're crowning the champion on the live stream tonight, whatever time that'll be. Jay still reckons it's going to be 3 AM. George getting a few chips back. He could have lost a lot more to Rob Boone, but Rob decided to get a little bit giddy with the Cowboys.
No, Matt Bushell is not.
Dealers and players in our one-day event, your level small blind 200, big blind 400, and big blind anti 400. That's 200, 400, 400. Entries for this round will now begin. Dealers, you ready to deal?
So George Ace Jack of Hearts. Raises to 32. Blinds are now up. Playing 10k, 15k. 5k, 15k, sorry. Suki with the 9-5 off in the big blind, not going to defend this one.
So we're on 27. Been a decent start.
The tournament's only been running 6 hours, Tower. We've lost 140 odd players.
100 of
It's been running 6 hours, you lost 140. So ace queen for George. Back to back opens, makes it 32k with this one under the gun, and looks like Chris has got a decision. Thought about coming in with a light free bet with the ace 9 suited.
So George has got all the Wendover cricket team rooting for him on the live stream.
Hoping
He's got 900,000.
Hoping for him not to go out.
Yes.
Oh, we've got the cricket puns. Got to be one of the chip leaders in the room. We could see a big pot between him and Rob. And Rob here, free betting out the big blind, facing George under the gun open. And I'm just going to, unless Rob's gone really small here, I'm just going to fold this one as George a lot of the time, Tower. Okay, George is going to make the call. So we're playing from George's perspective, but I just think Rob here out the big, he's going to flat ace jack, he's not going to incorporate any queen, king, queen like free bets in versus under the gun open. So, well, now we're involved though.
Queen, 10, 3, all diamonds.
Now we are involved as George, but still dicey because Rob's free bet out the big blind versus under the gun open less than 3x. It's like alarm bell central for me, going off in my head. Playing this from George's perspective, personally, I just think would have just let the ace queen go versus the big blind free bet against other position free bets may have been continuing, but I'm not sure if Rob's one to have light free bets, especially gun versus big blind. But now we flop top pair, top kicker, going to have to call once. I think should have been going into the muck pre just against this specific opponent. So 4 of diamonds on the turn. Now Rob checks. And George firing away here, Tower. I'd be more inclined to check this spot. Yeah. We're still ahead of the ace king combos without a diamond in them.
Rob back there a diamond.
If Rob's got a hand like jacks or jacks in this spot, like I doubt he'd be 3-betting 9s, but if he's got jacks here with the jack of diamonds, he's going to be calling. And then we're just going to fold out the blackjacks and the jacks with a blackjack and a heart. But like, I just think we're too high up showdown here as George to be firing with the ace queen, and Rob will have some checks with like some aces with the ace of diamonds, kings with a king of diamonds, ace king with a diamond, these type of holdings here. And Rob makes the call.
So that might think to me he's got a diamond.
I've just, like I said pre-Tower, I think he's just going to have kings or aces or ace king with a diamond now. It's going to be kings, aces or ace king. And before we even got to a flop, that's what I thought Rob's range was going to be. And the 5 of diamonds on the end, and expect this to go check, because Rob will still check some aces with the ace of diamonds, kings with the king of diamonds, ace king with a diamond in them. But I think from our perspective as George, we should have just been folding the ace queen pre, because Rob's range is so strong, 3-betting. Wow, he's just shoved.
Queen of hearts, queen of spades.
Yeah.
Queens.
Wow. Well played, George, I guess.
That's a monster pot for
Wow.
George Robinson. Look at that.
That is
for the
huge.
kahunas,
And
baby.
just, yeah. God, that's just because
It's
Rob
just hit Rob for 6.
Rob could have the ace of diamonds there, and he still went to it. Fair play to the lad, but wow. He just went for it, Tower. Look at the puff of the chicks from him.
Still be stacking chips up for weeks. Look at that. His heart, if he had a heart monitor on, he'd be like 140. He'd like do.
Yeah, Rob should have some checks though, Scott. Like, I definitely have quite a lot of checks once we turn the nut flush with the bare ace of diamonds in our hand out of position a lot of the time, because a lot of people tend to overbluff them spots because they just think you're never checking without it. But he should have a lot of checks with the ace of diamonds, so sometimes we just get snapped by the nut flush. Like, I think if I'm Rob there and I've got ace king with the ace of diamonds or aces with the ace of diamonds, I'm going to check call turn and then obviously check call river. So sometimes we're just getting stacked, but fair play to the man. I do think we need to fold pre though against this particular opponent. Going back to pre-flop, as soon as Rob 3-bets out the big blinds there, like, I just think we need to muck the ace queen once we've opened it under the gun. Obviously player dependent.
Wowzers. Big hand.
Fair play. Fair play to George. Entertainment factor on that hand, very, very large.
Oh, the kahunas, he says.
You still in the free roll? Have you played a hand since you won that pot?
Yes, I'm ripping it to pieces. I won 31,000, man. Never had so many chips. How many played it? 134. I'm third in chips. Woo-hoo-hoo! Come on, Tower. Uh-oh, Glassman's all in. Uh-oh, Olivia Phil's all in. Uh-oh, 811-639-222-7444632-1's all in.
C2 is Bruce Jones, to let you know.
Bruce. In fact, Nicola's got some money on him, hasn't she? Nicola's got some money on Bruce Jones. Watching the live stream.
still can't believe George went for that towel. I'm just like in disbelief. Takes some kahunas to bluff that spot, especially with a hand that can still sometimes showdown. Maybe not actually. Once Rob calls turn, we've got probably no showdown. Like, we're never ahead of Rob's calling range once he checks calls there on the turn. So I guess we've got no showdown at all. So sometimes we'll go for it. But
is there any bad beat stories in free roll? UKKP has just rivered an absolute miracle to stay in. Absolute miracle to stay in. That UKKP, if you're watching on the stream, I'm coming for you. Unbelievable techers. Just rivered somebody else as well, UKKP. Get your money on him. Good luck if you're playing the free roll. £110 closer ticket for the winner.
no Sheldon.
Plus plenty of other prizes. We're concentrating on the Midi because there's 27 left. We're playing down to a champion today and we will be streaming it live.
So Big Slick raises to 30k. And Rob back sub half a mil. Still plenty for him though.
Teabag, I'm UKKP. How lucky are you, by the way? Good luck with all them chips. Good luck with all them chips in the free roll. And I hope you get yourself a token.
Tower's taking it well though, Teabag, the over there. He's taking it very well.
There's tears coming down, streaming down my face.
So 8 of diamonds on the turn. Gives Rob the best hand. Just finds himself a 2-hour. Should be firing now, once checked us as Rob. Going to feel very confident our ace-8 is going to be the best hand here. They're on their way, Brad. They're on their way. They take a few seconds to come across. There they are. Here they come. Chris might think about, he's definitely not folding, but is he thinking about raising this one perhaps? Obviously we're going to have the nutted hands here, we're going to have the 10-7, we're going to have the 7-5, we're going to have a whole host of 2-pair combinations defending out the big blind, and he is going to raise. Wow, this is beastie from Chris. I like this a lot, and gets Rob to fold the best of it. Fair play from that man. Really, really nice that from Chris. Picks up a pot where a lot of players would have just called there with their second pair up and down, but Chris took the aggressive approach and got the best of it to fold. And the free roll password is G final wages date.
Yeah, all capitals. All capitals, G final.
No, I don't think Dan Charlton's in. Jake, I haven't actually seen him. He could be. Let's have a look. Let's double check.
It's easy to spot. Is your Christmas jumper on?
Again?
I don't know. It might. All the washing might not have dried.
No Dan Charlton.
George is getting a lot of love. Need a man.
Players in the one-day event, once you finish the round, you get a 15-minute break. That's all players in our one-day 500 club match. They break out in our 15-minute break. Any players wishing to enter or re-enter this tournament, entries are available.
No Gary Miller either.
So Maz is all in and he's hit the 5, but unfortunately the 9's hit on the flop as well. He needs a 5. Sharpish. Oh my days, the 5 hits and you see it, and then you see the 9, and Maz Bako departs the building. Oh my days.
And just before Maz on an outer table, we lost Will McMurray in 27th, Maz in 26th, so we're down to 25 players.
Will McMurray cashed. Well done, Will. What if you're grinding 3 big blinds like he was yesterday, and 2 big blinds, and then all in and sweating? You've just seen Maz Bako going out. Something.
Ryan's on the beers,
Oi, oi.
playing for 70k, get a star apartment in.
Absolutely. We're all good, thank you very much. Down in London for the second weekend of 3. Here's what's coming up next weekend. Those middle games, the section's going to be ticked off a little bit later. We did the cash game. Very well received was the cash. The MPL playoff last night was a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was.
It was great because everyone was grinding less than 5 big blinds to win a £5,000 package. It was so much fun. And now we're on the Midi for the day 2. We will be here all night when we crown a champion, whatever time that will be. If there's nobody, obviously less and less people because the time of the day, it's going to be a late one, we know that. But we will be staying here. You'll be able to watch it on YouTube tomorrow. And then next week, we've got the Max 6 Max starting on Wednesday at 12. We've got the heads up at 4, and then we've got the Haymaker knockout at 8 on Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday, the final 4 days of live streaming from the team this year. Day 1B, the final buying day of the year, is Christmas Jumper Day. Make sure you wear a Christmas jumper, and if you are coming into the building, the best Christmas jumper will win, or will get a complimentary meal in the restaurant via Dan in the card room. Thanks for that, Dan. But yes, that's what we are doing. Christmas Jumper Day next Friday. Join in the fun because it's going to be a great weekend for the 2,000 buying estimated prize pool. We're at 700,000. Everybody's in the money. Sean, the 6 Max was was an online event, and when they got down to the final table of 6, they brought it live. It was in the TNC, so you knew what was happening. Same as the heads up. The heads up is down to 4, and the 6 Max is on the final table of 6. So, not sure if they're doing it again next year. It'd be very good if they do. Uh-oh. Heads up's been changed, says Adam. Did I say the wrong time? What time's the heads up? 4. Sure, we said 4 last week. The 4's are, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 4 o'clock, and we said 4 o'clock. Yeah. No, the 6 Max is definitely the first event on Wednesday. Then the heads up, and then the Haymaker.
Yeah, this is the Midi main. This Phil Suki did win the Mini last week. He's still in the mix to win the Midi. Looking for the double in 2 600 plus man fields. That would be some feat.
Yeah, it's definitely 4 PM the heads up.
So pulls out the float with position and turns the queen here.
Once again, if any players are
And Rob now checking this one over to him with the pocket sevens. Rob gonna check this. Chris gonna check this one back after turning top pair. Looks like a brick on the river. Oh no, no brick. Rob's gonna get the check mark. I don't think I've seen a pot that Rob's in that he hasn't had the best hand by the river tower. I know in a couple of occasions he's been bluffed and not won the pot, but I think every pot I've seen Rob in post flop, he's had the best hand by the river. Obviously, we saw the pot with George when he bluffed him off the top set of queens. Fair play to George. Big credit to him to actually pull the trigger there this deep in the tournament when you're playing for 70k. It takes a lot of heart to put the chips in that spot.
Yeah, so next week on the Wednesday it's the six max, the heads up, and then the haymaker. David Ace playing the £500. That's the side event today. Check on the number of runners for that one.
I'll have a look here, Tower. Got it here.
You've got it there, have you?
Yeah. Look at this.
Oi, oi. 73.
Total entries in that one, 140. There's 73 players remaining.
Wow.
Late reg is closed.
114 for the £500 one day.
And David Hay is in the field still.
Is Span still in?
Yep, Span still in.
No, it's definitely six max.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Exactly, I just want to see some hands with here.
So George raise and take the ace-10.
Fancy a little 25-25 to end the season?
I might do.
What we'll try and do next week is give you the schedule for January and February 25-25s and the G400s. So plenty of time for them. Newcastle, Walsall, and on the 9th till the 12th, Leedsbury New Road. They play at both clubs, and then the final day will be in Leeds, and then Luton 16th to the 19th of December. The final four 25-25s are there. Good to have them back. They're coming back. There'll be more coming back next year as well. We'll give you more details next week regarding January's and February's 25-25s and G40s. G400s, sorry.
I'm not sure if we do sing. I definitely haven't seen it. Have we got a list for the players who made it through to the six max and heads up? I know Adam Neal's in the heads up last four.
And Sven McDermott's in the six max,
Yeah.
but I don't know anybody else.
Oh, Riggy's in the six max as
Is
well.
he?
Poor Riggy's in the six max.
Wow, how does he do it?
I don't know.
How does he do it?
He's got George with 10s raising to 35. And Phil going to make the call. action time tower, and these two are very deep.
8-9-4 over pair against the flush draw.
Not just any flush draw, the nut flush draw, and he's got an overcard to go with it here, Phil. So George continuing for 40k, 40%, nice easy one to figure out. And Phil just going to make the call. $180k in there already. 8 of hearts on the turn. A good card here for us as George. Phil shouldn't really have too much 8x other than ace 8 suited, so ace 8 of diamonds and ace 8 of spades, as well as some 7-8 suited maybe in there. So another 2 combos of those. So still a nice card for us here as George. We can get some value from perhaps 5, 6s, 7s, maybe some 10-9 suited, jack 9 suited, ace 9 suited in there as well. And Phil not going to be going anywhere with his A6 of clubs. And this pot brewing 300k in the middle.
Players in one day event need to take a seat to be restarting at tournament in just over 3 minutes. That's just over
The rivers, the flush. The rivers, there goes check. Is all he's expecting a bet coming in from George. Just been handed the names for the heads up. Adam Neal, Kerry Reese, Gurinder Purewal and Phil Jackson. Well done. And the names of the 6 for the 6 max are Kevin Warlow, Robert Holworth, who bubbled the 5k package, Phil Green, Paul Rigg, Sven McDermott and Bradley Harwood. Relation? No. Obviously a better player than you. He's in 6 match final. Whoa, what's that? Whoa, oh, is that too? Oh, was that a bit deep?
Yeah.
Oh, is that cutting? Is
Hurts,
it? Is that cutting?
hurts.
Results, what info?
Ah, we've got inside information straight in. Look at that. We'll nip back to that. If Bruce gets any action, we'll go back to the table. But nice to see the 2022s, 25-25s, and the deep stacks and the G400s all coming together. I love it. January and February, plenty to play. We're going to have to start getting his sticks out, pal. Aren't we?
We
We're
are.
going to have to start getting his sticks out. Blackpool in February? Just to let you know, Blackpool in February,
Still
25-25.
cold, still cold.
It's Tower's birthday.
Oh, is it? Oh, I thought you were going to say it's still cold.
Tower's birthday.
Okay.
Tower's birthday weekend, Blackpool 25-25. Oh my days.
We'll see, we'll see. We'll come back to that because George has defended the big blind versus Bruce's open with ace king.
At 8-9 deuce.
So flops best here, George. Go either way on this one. There's Bruce. But there's going to be a lot of gut shots, straight draws, deuce X, 8X, 9X that are going to be calling. But definitely can see bet small. It's a 30%-ish. And George not going anywhere after catching middle pair. 3 of spades on the turn. So expect Bruce to check this one back a lot of the time tower once the flush completes. The thing is 9X probably going to call again. We're going to fold out the gut shots and the straight draws if we do come in for a double barrel, which we're ahead of anyway. So there is the check. Gets there. Now going to want to be coming in for some value. Try and target some of the one pair holdings that George can have out the big blind, 9X, 8X. Maybe even a non-believer in the form of deuce X. George doesn't even think about it, just pays it off, and the ace king of Bruce is good. Nice pot for him.
So look at them. Glasgow, Liverpool and Hill Street in Birmingham. Birmingham is Hill Street. Sorry about that. Hill Street, Birmingham needs to be clarified because a lot of people don't know where Hill Street is.
But there's more than one Hill Street as well.
Yeah, there will be. There's Hill Street in Blackpool. But no, it's definitely Birmingham. Hill Street in Birmingham, January, and the first 25s and the deep stack as well. Then we've got part of the GUKPT, leg 1. And then straight after that, the weekend after that, we've got the G400 in Leeds. We've also got the 25s in Reading, Edinburgh and Bolton have a deep stack. Luton, Walsall, Blackpool, Towers birthday weekend, and Dundee for the deep stack. And then it's Coventry, leg 2 of the GUKPT. That is a great start to 2022, let me tell you.
So I think blinds are going up in about 5 minutes' time. We have lost another one.
What a programme that was though, Hill Street Blues. What a programme that was.
Neil McCulloch gone
Oh, Neil's had the right run.
in 25th.
Well done, Neil.
So 24 remain for 3 tables of
Well
8.
done, Neil. He's had a good old run. He's had a good old run. No, the first GUKPT is the end of January, so that'll be the. There'll be plenty in the schedule of the GUKPT London. There will be a 25 or a G400, I am sure, in London at some point. But the first big event in London will be the GUKPT at the end of January.
Tear diamonds on the turn. Might even come in small here, as Rob once checked to us. Just to target all the ace highs, the king highs, like jack queen type hands, these type of holdings that we're in front of. Don't need to go too large here as Rob. Yeah, 81k, so up to a half pot. Maybe can even go smaller than this, but fine here from Rob. This is nice. Trying to fold out some hands that we don't want to check back, let them realise their equity for free. But Chris is going to call. So you expect Chris is like ace kings, king queens, these type of hands to just fold this turn. So interested to see what Chris is going to have here. Maybe a hand like sevens or nines tower, maybe some 8-9 suited, some ace-8. Well, he's got aces.
Two ones.
Incorporating in a check with aces and actually got him a little bit extra value. Sneaky, because Rob probably would have folded to the double barrel, so we got an extra 80k there, incorporating in a check as Chris. Nice from him, mixing it up, making it hard for players to hand read versus you when you're playing taking different lines with the same hands in the same situations, always mixing it up, makes it very difficult to play against.
Have we lost anyway in the last couple of minutes, or are we still on 24?
Still on 24.
Awesome. From 169 that started today. Is the G400 structure online? The G400 is the same as the 3030, it's just a new name for it. Exactly the same structure as the 3030. Queen, King, 7, all spades. George, top pair, 6. Rob, card's not showing again in the box.
Nice one for us to check back here as George, and sneaky check because I didn't even see him check that. He was like a statue. Oh, he's doing it with the old finger on the arm check.
And the ace of hearts, check it. These two have been clashing a while.
Interesting tower. This is really interesting that Rob's actually led this river because he's going to check an ace on a 4-liner. So I wouldn't be surprised if George heroed here with a queen tower. I wouldn't actually be surprised if he heroed with a queen and
wins. Looks like he has. Looks like he has just hit the ace.
What's he got here,
Is that
Rob?
the ace of spades?
Flop nut flush, perhaps.
The ace of
Just
spades.
bare
the
ace of
ace
spades. Fair enough. But reason George is called there is because, like the ace on the river, yes, it's going to hit Rob's range, but the times that he does hit that ace without the ace of spades, he's going to check on a 4-liner to the flush, and once he comes in for a bet there, a lot of the time it has to be jack, like jacks with the jack of spades, just the ace of spades. Doesn't even have to be jacks with a cut-off open, but only really going to be the ace, the jack, or the 10 of spades that he value bets there, and maybe representing the ace himself. So that's why I think we saw George hero there with the queen 10 in that particular scenario. I understand the thought process of him.
Are there going to be any GUKPT main day ones online next year? Probably not. It was only done for Edinburgh because there was only a main event in Edinburgh because of the restrictions. Obviously, if things go bad again with the world, we'll have to wait and see. But there are no plans at the moment. But if there are and it changes, we will let you know. Password for the free roll is G final, all uppercase. We're on 24. Good luck when you play, Kirsty. It's actually on a break. You've got 4 minutes to buy in or to register because there's no initial charge. So get yourself in. I'm still in. I can't believe I made it to the first break in a free roll. Amazing, me. Amazing.
Trebled up first hand, and I don't think I've seen him play a hand since. The grinder, that is tower. So expect things to slow up now, guys. Don't think we're going to be losing players at the rate that we have all day, it has to slow down eventually. Like you see the stacks here, second bottom in chips has still got 25 bigs, which is heaps.
Claire G's chip leader on our table in the free roll. Go on, Claire, get it won. We have an all-in from Paul under the gun with the jacks, 165,000, 11 bigs.
Booney's not calling the ace-9. +2 tail up versus gun shove. He gets out of the way. I'm still waiting for Rob Boone to go post flop and not have the best hand at the river today. Every single time he's gone post, he's always had the best hand at the river. Still waiting. I think it could be Rob's day. I feel like we're going to see Rob make a deep run in this one tower. I think we could see him at the final. Sometimes it can just be your day in this game.
Absolutely.
So Chris expecting to open this one in the cut-off. Just having a little look at the stack sizes around the table. He's been on fire, Guy, honestly. He was on the table last session and then got moved back to this session, and he's just been on absolute fire. I can spot a deep run sometimes.
So 2 hands on the trot, Paul's all in.
Yeah, so incorporated in the ace blocker here, tower, shoving for what's about 14 big blinds over the cut-off open. Cut-off going to be open in a wide variety of hands, so just incorporating a jam in with the ace blocker, just sub 13, and gets that one through, and that's a nice pickup for Paul. Good to see. Like seeing things like that, not just waiting for a hand, taking some shove spots and picking up pots
Sure,
without
the
having to
ace
go
as well
post.
for the next time it bluffs it.
Well, he did bluff it in that scenario.
So we're on 24, 15k big blind. Perhaps scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Here's 10 for Rob under the gun, raises to 30.
Interesting one for Bruce here. Queen Jack suited in the cut-off. Definitely not going to be going anywhere, I think, versus Rob. This is play just flattened. Rob's under the gun open. Got to give him a little bit of respect. And Suki here, ace queen in the big blind. Probably just going to call here, Tower. Obviously, you can squeeze, and we think Rob's going to be opening light under the gun, but Rob's more tighter than most. Obviously, a perfect spot to squeeze here when we've got two hands dominated, as we can see, but just thinking about hands Rob's going to open under the gun, perhaps. Obviously, we're really deep. Well, he's going to squeeze here. Opting for 1-2-5, it looks like. Just
Did Philippe win the mini?
He won the mini. I sent him on his way, I did. Gave him some chips. So this is just super strong from Phil here, Tower, and ace 10 of clubs here for Rob's going to shrivel up. Phil free betting under the gun open after a flat from Bruce in the cut-off just looks so strong from Phil Suki this, and can't see either player continuing. Bruce with his stack size queen jack of clubs just going to have to get out of the way now. It's not going to be a continue for us as Bruce, which is annoying because it's such a lovely hand, the queen jack suited, but not much we can do. Fold the worst of it, and nice little pick up from Phil there. Fair play to him, opting to squeeze. I may have been a bit wary about Rob's UTG Open, but Phil read the situation perfectly. They're coming across the bottom of your screen now, Simon.
Yeah.
And in just under half hour's time, everyone, we are going to head out on a 15-minute break.
Yeah. £649 entries, absolutely amazing. £78,000 first prize, just outstanding. I hope I'm up against tens.
Good luck, Tower, in the free
I'm
roll.
up against tens in the free roll.
Tower's all in the free roll.
Queen 3? What's happening here? I'm glad I'm not up against tens. Yeah, ship it, baby. Come to daddy. How do you do that hand malarkey with the chips? How do you do that? Bring the chips and all that. Bring it. That's the one. Give me the chips, baby.
9-4-3-2 club flop. So Suki with the best of it. Only one overcard to his pocket fires. Checks through. 4 of clubs on the turn. Could potentially see Phil lead this spot here, Tower, with the 5s. A lot of the time, once flop checks through, we're going to have the best hand here. So equity denial purposes, happy to just take the pot down here, out of position, leads for 50, and Rob with 10-7 gets out of the way, and George going to do the same with Jack 10, and Phil up to $1 million now, looking for back-to-backers, mini and midi. What a feat that would be.
Let me tell you, that will be some feat. Evening Chelsea fan, how was the match? We never got to see a minute of it. How was the match? I know it finished 1-1, but how was it? So Rob Boone been pretty active, down to 460,000 and 30 bigs.
Well, Rob was up to what, 800k not long ago, Tower.
I don't think you can get into the free roll anymore, can you?
No, it'll be.
Jim Marlowe, you're all in against Tower. Have you any idea what I've got? Have you any idea what I've got? Shall I hit? Let's do it. We're live. We're live.
Got a ball.
We're live.
It's 9-10 Jack.
Oh! Oh my days! How did you get that through? Jim Marlowe, what's that all about?
There may have been some ghosting going on there. Jim Tower's about to fold. I was like, oh no, not on your Nelly. We are calling Jim Marlowe with that.
Oh, you were sweating on the river though, weren't you? Any 9-10 or Jack? You were definitely on the sweat.
Always, Jim, always.
$23 left in apparently, as the table have just been told.
23?
Yeah. That's what C4's just said.
Oh yeah, spot on, because we've lost Vensislav Valav. So we are down to 23. And the Rob Boone going to be opening this one on the button. Wow, he just open rips 31 bigs with the Queen 10.
Rob, have you got somewhere to be?
Has he got somewhere to be? Well, Ryan's effective stack was 17 bigs, but obviously George got us covered with over 1 million chips. Oh, then Barry Neville says, good evening lads, unreal these tournaments, how much they're making, brilliant viewing as per, keep up the good work, this white stuff's kept me at home all weekend, gutted Wednesday, threw it away again.
Oh, what's that all about?
Yesterday, but here for the promotion. Oh, he's got some money on him for promotion, makes sense, on Sheffield Wednesday. Good luck, Barry. There's Bruce opening King Queen, UTG to 30k, and Phil in the hijack. Just going to opt to flat. Eight for Deuce Rainbow. So going 4-way here, Bruce is probably going to lower his C-bet frequency. Heads up, this is a board we're going to have plenty of bets on, 8 high rainbow, but I just think going 4-way, we're going to be checking a lot more often, and that is what he does. And this one, checking through. Jack of hearts on the turn. So now, check to Bruce again. Got to beware of Suki. We'll have plenty of Jack X in there. Some Queen Jack, King Jack, Jack 10 suited, Jack 9 suited, Ace Jack off that didn't elect a free bet. Ace Jack suited in there as well versus gun open. George as well on the button, going to have the same sort of holdings as I just mentioned for Phil Suki. And he is going to fire for 40k and takes that one down. George up to 1.1 million, chipping up nicely.
Go on, that man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the seats start on the second for 2 minutes.
So Bruce is on the move to balance some tables because we've lost another one.
Oh, we lost this time.
Kevin Frame is our 23rd place finisher for 1910. Everyone now locked up £2,070. That's going to leave us with 22 players. As George got a nice one to open here, and Ryan's got an easy shove here, tower. There's the effective all in. He's left himself one chip back, but it doesn't matter because George isn't going to be able to call with the 9-8 of clubs. And as that was taking place, we've lost another one.
Oh, we lost this time.
Oliver White in
Ollie
20
White.
seconds. So
Ollie's not white.
so down to 21. That's why Dina was balancing, I think.
Ah.
So we are down to, well, we should be getting a player back now, actually. Oh no, Rob Boone's gone. Rob Boone's just taking a little walk away from the table. That makes sense. So 3 tables of 7.
We're on 21, are we? We're on 21 out of 649. We are definitely going to be streaming all the way through. We will crown a champion on the live stream, whatever time that will be.
$10-7 suited for Chris. Nice one to open for us on the button. And Paul here, I'd love to see a rip from Paul versus a button open here, tower. We've got perfect hand to do it with. We've got a nice stack size to do it with. 15 bigs here should be going in for Paul. These suited wheel aces are really, really good shoves because the times that we don't get it through, we're still going to have around 30% equity against hands that we've only got 3 outs against, and more often than not versus button open, we're just going to get the shove through. But Paul not opting to take the spot there, and now not going to win this pot because Chris is just going to c-bet this board relentlessly, king high versus big blind defend range, but doesn't choose to c-bet this time.
Queen of diamonds on the turn, pairs the board, brings out another flush draw.
But going to have a fair amount of delay continues now. I expect once he checks back flop, we are going to have some checkbacks with some Queen X holdings here. So if I'm Chris, once Paul's checked it over to us twice, I think we've got to be delayed c-betting this one more often than not.
So 15 minutes to go until the end of this session.
Yeah.
Oofed. When will they change up the feature table? At the end of this session, there's a 15-minute break, and we will replace it with more players from around the room.
Well, we've only got 3 tables left, Tower, so
Well, that's true.
it's going to be one of the hours.
Yeah.
If you've got someone still in the comp that you're rooting for, there's 50% chance that they're going to be on the feature table after the break. Simple as that. Oh no.
Oh no, what?
Bruce Jones, who literally got moved from our table about a minute ago,
Yeah.
has busted on
Hey?
table 28 on the outer table.
No way! Oh, I must have picked up aces and had a bust.
Bruce, oh, that's horrible when you just move.
Gross, man.
Move table, you sit down.
Wow.
It's a nice this from Chris. Nice little suited king that we're going to incorporate a 3-bet bluff in versus the chip leader at the table's open. Just going to make the assumption he's going to be opening wider than most, and this is going to work versus the ace-10 off a lot of the time. But we saw George pill a 3-bet earlier in a spot where I think a lot would have folded, so George happy to go post with the ace-10 here. Does have the best of it, but we are out of position. Opponent's going to have the stronger range in theory. Oh, that's why you 3-bet the king 3 of hearts. What a flop this for Chris. If that 3 was a 4, we'd probably be in checking this more often than betting, but the fact that we flopped top and bottom here, we're going to come straight out firing and building this pot here as Chris trying to get a double by the river. Yeah, Riggy is still in.
He is indeed one of the chip leaders at the last break. We'll get a full chip count from all the remaining players when we do go on our break.
So not going to continue with his Broadway draw. Oh, looks like Rob Boone's on the move as well.
Ta-ra, Rob. Good luck. We're on 20 players. Good luck, Rob. He's balancing the tables. We must have had a table short. Rob's on his way.
Well, Rob's on his way because we just lost Christian Pedersen in 20th place, Tower, which puts us down to 19.
Okay.
So 19 remain, dropping quickly.
Okay.
And Paul getting his last 13 big blinds in. Just sub over Sheldon's cut-off open. George, this should have gone into the muck a long time ago. Yeah, this should be a fold from George. This is a snap fold, Tower, and he's thinking about it. Wow!
I'll tell you what, this man has got the moves.
I don't know about moves, Tower, but I get the feeling George is a recreational tower that just likes getting involved.
So what has Paul got? That's what we want to know. What has Paul got?
Paul's got the ace queen. How has he found the
Ace queen? The call with the threes.
It's crazy. It's craziness. And
The cricket club are holding their breath. Is it another 6? Or is this one a no ball?
is there any Is there any justice? Because the ace queen should have just taken this pot down pre. 3 should not be in this hand, Tower. And if there's justice in this game, which we know there's not, the river's going to come a 6-8, ace or queen.
A 6, 8, an ace or a queen.
But it's
Georgie
a 7
boy.
of spades, and George making a very optimistic call there with the pocket freeze, and eliminates Paul. Wow.
Well played, Paul. But we lose another. He was out in 18th.
Because in 19th was Cornell Mew. So it means we're down to 17 players, which means it should be 2 tables about to balance very shortly.
Wowzers.
So if you have got someone still in the field, not on the featured, you will be seeing them after the break, 100%.
Wow.
I can't believe he stuck it in with a freeze there, Tower. Fair play. There is chips. Play them how you like. But that is going to be burning chips in the long run, calling in that spot. MP Open, Aaron. Shove for 195k, which is 13 bigs. Over calling with the freeze. Well, calling the free bet with a freeze is not going to be good. It's not going to be good, mate. Problem is you're either in a crush scenario or you're flipping, so you're either going to have 20% or you're working in a flip scenario, so you're either going to have 50% or 20%. You're never going to have the lion's share of the equity there. It's just never going to be good for you. But fair enough, he's got the kahunas to put it in. You can't win the pot if you're not in. But it's not good. Really, you're looking at it over the long run. That call's not going to be making your chips.
So we are splitting the tables. Here, Dina saying you're on table 1. Riggy's here!
Here he comes. Oh, we're not going to get to see him after the break. That means...
Man. Keep this table on.
So down to 2 tables. 1 of 8, 1 of 9.
Keep this table on. The Wendover Cricket Club goal, Barmy.
Oh my God, how much chips has he got, this man? 3 racks.
Is that villainous?
Oh yeah, he's got most of the 1k
ones.
chips.
He bought all the ones. So we'll input the names when we can get them through, because that'll... that's what Dave will need. He'll need all the players' names to input.
I'm not biting top ball because I know you. I know you're a regular in the chat, and I know you're trolling with that comment. So I'm not even going to bite.
I'd have kept this table. We just had 4 new players come to it, but we do change player tables every time. So maybe it is what it is. So we're on 17. 17. Wish George was that good at scoring. We'd be top of the league.
So 5 minutes until we head out on a break. We are down to 17 players.
The money will start getting a bit juicy. Pull the prizes up scrolling along the bottom of the screen. Last 5 minutes of the session. £324,000 prize pool. First prize £78,190.
Got some news coming from the side event as well.
Tell me the news.
David Hay is out.
What?
He's been knocked out.
He's been floored.
Queen Queen 3 Rainbow Flop, complete with for everyone but Patrick. And Patrick going to come out leading the 50k, leading into the whole field and the aggressor. So Vidas, who was the pre-flop opener here, Towers, made the call. So doubt he's going to be calling here with ace highs once we get a donk from Patrick four-way. So a lot of the time now, I just can't see how Patrick's ever going to be in front with his hand. But now, the 3 on the turn, we do go ahead of all the pocket pairs that Vidas would be calling on this board. But however, he can still have Queen X here, Vidas. But now, just folding to the second barrel. And Patrick gets a gin turn for him. So, I think we got one more hand.
One more hand. And then back at 7:45.
More importantly, what are you still doing in that free roll?
Unbelievable. Don't know what's happened to everybody. There's only 26 left.
Still in here? I'm just
There's, only
looking.
20, there's 26 left. There's 17 prizes. I might get a pound here. Come on, Tower. 11th in chips, I am.
Well,
Plenty of time to go all in.
I'll tell you, he's just got £2,000 and a bit of change.
Who's that?
Rob Boone is out.
Whoa!
Let's move table as well, and he busts.
Oh my days, man. Rob Boone gets it. Oh,
Off on the comms cam. But
frozen again, young man.
Rob Boone has busted on the outer table, so we're
Wow.
down to 16. 2 tables of 8. Rob, who had the chips, he had about 800k an hour and a bit ago, and he is out the door.
Unbelievable takers.
As we see Ryan free bet the Queens in the cut-off to 77k over the open from Vidas.
George has gone for lunch. He's gone for his. He's not out. He's not out, is George. The Wendover Cricket Club go wild. The next time you might see him will be on a final table. You never know. Vidas.
Good fold
Sirius
from Vidas.
Nice pass.
And that's it, we're on break. We'll be back in 15 minutes. 2 tables are 8. We're down to 16. We could get to the FT next session.
Bit of blocking from George. We'll see you back in 15 minutes.
Reverse sweep.
Them hyped up. They've disappeared. They've had new players come. They've been the best. Then they've disappeared. 31 years ago, you won the main event and you've stayed at the top since then. How have you managed it?
Yeah, I still remember someone telling me in 2008 that this was the greatest player in history. And I asked somebody, I said, who is the greatest player? And he told me this is the greatest player in history. And then I basically by 2009 the guy disappeared. So I mean, really, this is the greatest player in history. Why? Because he had a hot year or two in online poker, and so they've come and go. This guy is great and he's gone. This guy's great and he's gone. This guy's great and he's gone. I've watched everybody, and then they not only that, they come in and they say they're greater than me. So they have this thing where people want to bet results against me every year at the World Series of Poker. And I don't make those side bets because I want to stay single-minded. I don't want to think about anybody but me. I don't stake people during the series. Occasionally I'll take a small, but I just want to think about me and winning the bracelet. And so this younger generation comes up to me in 03, 04, 05, 06, 07, 08, 09, every year. And I say, if you want to bet most bracelets won versus me or better results, go see Doyle Brunson. Doyle Brunson's made millions of dollars betting on me, and he's happy to bet you and take your money. You know what I mean? Unless you are better than me, unless you can get better results. And so, and then I think it was a year or two ago that Negreanu said all these players are better than you. And I said, listen, here's what I'll do. You choose. And I was playing with Daniel a little bit. I was getting him to post quicker than he wanted to on social media. I already had my next 6 tweets in my mind. And so I'm like, yeah, name 30 players that are better than me, or 40. And so we put a list out, and I said, I'll bet $100,000 per player on bracelet 1. And he said no. He didn't want to pay me. I think maybe it was 30, but he didn't want to pay me $3 million every time I won a bracelet. Well, since I did that, I won 2 bracelets, so I'd be up $6 million. But his guys might have won 6 bracelets, so maybe I'd only be up $5.4 million. But I think there are a lot of people, and poker inspires a lot of confidence. You win a lot of money, you win a few tournaments, everybody tells you you're great, and all of a sudden you're better than me. So, if you think you are and you like betting, go see Doyle Brunson.
And finally, with everything that you've achieved, both on and off the felts, how would you like to be remembered? And would you have done anything differently?
I mean, I want to be remembered as the greatest poker player of all time. Okay. But I also want to remember someone that's honorable, and has perfect ethics. And I think I have those going. And the other thing I want to remember it for positivity, because I put 8 life tips out there to the world, and my book changes people's lives when they read it.
Yeah.
It changes people's lives. It's just very simple, 8 life tips. And one of them is, write down your yearly goals, 2020 goals, and tape them on your bathroom mirror. That changes people's lives, because every time they do that, they keep hitting their first and second yearly goal. And then they're tweeting to me, oh my God, I hit my first and second goal. Thank you, Phil. So there's a certain focus and it catching the mind when you wake up in the morning and stuff like that. So I would like to be known. I would like to have my book Positivity still being read 100 years from now, because I don't think we talk to many athletes 100 years from now. So I don't think I'll be talked about as a poker player 100 years from now, 100 years after I leave the planet. But maybe Positivity will still be talked about and read.
It has been an absolute pleasure. And fingers crossed, me and Andy, we were on the rail for number 14. We were there. We've actually got a picture of you shaking Andy's hand on the rail in the Rio. And fingers crossed we can do it again when we all get back to a little bit of normality. And the World Series will probably return in 2021. If it's number 16, 17 or 18 because Phil Helmuth has ripped up the online series, who knows? But it has been an immense pleasure. Phil Helmuth, once again, thanks ever so much.
Thanks, Phil. Nice interview. I'll see you guys later. Good luck, everybody.
Phil. When we started an hour with the tower, Andy from Cardroom Direct, he says, you know what, I'm just going to send a tweet and you never know what will happen. I'll send it to the biggest, the most prolific poker player of all time and see what happens. And then we get a reply saying, do you know what, guys? Why not? So it is my pleasure. And the heart's going a little bit because even though it's an absolute great pleasure that to introduce a guy that's got just about 24 million in life earnings. He's 22 all-time moneyless. He's got 15 bracelets. He's the only person to win the World Series main event and the World Series of Poker Europe main event. It is the great pleasure of mine, and fingers crossed by the end of it, he'll have just entertained us all to introduce to you guys the one and only Mr. Phil Helmuth Jr.
How's it going, Phil?
Oh, thank you very much for this, Phil. This is an absolute pleasure. When Andy sent that tweet, he says, who shall we get? And we were like, well, why not aim for the top? And this is as high as you can get for us.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, when you send out a tweet, you never know what's going to happen.
Absolutely. We're starting with lockdown because we're obviously in strange times. We don't know what life is going to be like after. Is it ever going to be normal again? What has lockdown been for you? What's it been like?
Well, March 8th, I went to Draymond Green's surprise birthday party. I started skipping tournaments March 1st. I didn't go to the LAPC. I didn't even play in the Bay 101, which was in my backyard, the World Poker Tour here, because my friends were on top of this early and were warning me. But Draymond Green had a 30th birthday party. We all loved him, and we wanted to show him. So we took a private jet down at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m. We had a dinner in LA. We went to his birthday party, and the jet left again at maybe 1 a.m. So I was back home by 3. But other than that, March 8th, I was locked in. I mean, I the most I did in 88 days is I went 2 blocks away from the house. And even then I felt like, so, the lockdown, I didn't anticipate that I'd be staying in place as much as I did. I didn't anticipate that I would play as much poker. I literally played poker at least 6 days a week. And I'm a guy that plays once every 10 days with my group of friends. And actually I did really well. I won a lot of money, and I joined another advisory board for a company called Prize Picks. And I think that's my 11th advisory board. Some of my companies, it's been fun to watch them, kind of flourish. Not everything goes wrong during a pandemic. Some companies do well, and one of them is Endgame Talent Agency, which just keeps getting new customers, and we're growing, and it's crazy. And so spent some time talking to the company founders that that I'm on the advisory board of, and so I'm surprisingly busy. And so I can't really say that I've been bored, And then last week, finally, I went over to my best friend's house, Chamath Palihapitiya, and then I went to Cabo, flew down to Cabo for 4 days and flew back. But we were on my friend's jet. So, and then I've been locked in for the last 8 days, back and stay in place.
It's certainly strange times for everybody, and obviously everybody was hoping that the World Series was still going to take place. Even though it's not your fault, is this the first World Series or the potential World Series that you would have missed since you were old enough to play?
Yes, I have not missed a series. I think I missed one World Series of Poker, Europe, and that was in 2018. I just told the guys, I said, I'm not going back. You should go every other year. And I was trying to make a point. I missed it. So I don't miss World Series of Poker ever. I don't miss World Series of Poker Europe ever, and I don't plan on it. So now, of course, today, big news. They just announced that, they're going to have 85 bracelet events.
It's enormous.
From July, online events from July 1st. So I just called the president of the ARIA, Steve Zanella, and he tells me that, we're in pretty good shape at the ARIA. We're really going to be very, safety minded. Yeah. And then, reading some articles about it, it seems like MGM has the best protocols for dealing with COVID. And of course, Wynn's up there with them. But I mean, of all the casinos, we're the best. And so the ARIA, so I feel very safe there. So July 1st, I'll be staying at the ARIA for a month. If they open, they might open the 4th of July. And looking forward, I mean, there's one event per day. So, I think it's, I'm going to be opening up a little bit going down there. And but I do feel like they're taking all the precautions at the ARIA.
Yeah, well, we have seen pictures over the last probably 3 or 4 days about Las Vegas opening up slowly but surely. Things trying to get back to normal as normal can be. It is strange times for everybody. But I'm just going to whiz you back. I'm just going to whiz you back to 1989 when you actually went like that. And then you went like that. And
I saw that picture.
And it's a clip. If you love the game, it's a clip that you watch over and over again. obviously we win it. If we'd have come second, if we'd have finished second to Johnny Chan, who won it the 2 previous years, do you think your career would have been a little bit different, or was this the path anyway?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair question. I mean, that final hand, he had ace-7 of spades. I had 2 black 9s, but there was a hand before that, where I had ace-10 against 2 10s, and I was lucky, and 2 deuces. I mean, it was a 2-way knockout to go from 4-handed to 2-handed. And if I lose that pot, then who knows? Maybe I don't win. I still think I'd probably have 15 bracelets, but you never know. I mean, it was a very and you have to remember. I mean, there's lots of times, as if you want to be one of the greatest poker players, you always have your money in, generally speaking, with the best hand.
Yeah.
And you take a lot of beats over the years, a lot of big beats.
So yeah, so you had 5 already.
400, yeah.
Yeah, so they've been changed.
Yeah,
to
that's
5 then.
400. Are they?
Well, the thing is, they might be oversized, but we don't ever usually.
Welcome back, everybody. Jay's, it better be on tea run, or they'll be, tell you. It better be on the tea run. Damien Pilkington Lewis, 1.39 million. George from the Wendover Cricket Club is on 1.3 million. Arya Sharkashik is on 1.2. Michael Dunleavy. Did we see Michael Dunleavy in Ireland? Oh no, that was Duneven. That's right. As you can see right there, Riggy, Philippe Suki, Matt Davenport was on our table. Antonius Pelengris is sat in seat number 2, not in for a long time. Antonis. Cully Sidhu still in. Nadot. And Ryan Mandara are still in at this moment in time. We are back. The live stream is running until the very end. We are on, is that 17 names? 16, I do believe was the number, 16. So we're on 16, we're just about to start again. We've got, our table consists of Antonis in seat number 2, Matt Davenport, Nadot in seat number 3, Matt Davenport in 4, Ronnie Tal, who's our short stack in seat number 5. In 6, we've got Michael Dunleavy. Arya is in 7. In 8 is Damien Pilkington Lewis, chip leader, and Cully Sidhu is in 9. Let's go! And more importantly, Towers in the money. There are 13 players left in the free roll, and I'm 3rd in chips. Don't know how that happened. No idea how that happened. Rob Boone, last man out before the break. Robert Boone. So good luck, everybody. We're down to the final 6. We're down to the final 16. And we're down to the final 13 in the free roll. Tower's still in. Who else is still in? Eggnog's still in. Jim Marlowe's still in somehow. Claire G is 3rd in chips. Wow. Good on you, Claire. Antonis, it is on you. Nadot gets a walk.
$100K?
No. No.
Oh.
No.
191K?
Yes! Yes. Yes. Third in chips.
Wow, the Tower wins that closer seat. What are you lot doing? You can't let them win the closer seat.
13 left. His rig is still in. Where have you been? Chip counts have been put up and everything. I'll do them again for Jay. Where have you been, by the way? With no teas. Not having it. No tea. Ta-ra.
I had to pop out.
It's all right, I'll go. There's the chip counts. His rig is still in.
Of course.
You're a million. Philippe Souki going for the unprecedented double, which will be amazing.
Well, Matt Davenport's still in as well. 1K final table list.
Yep. So back to the table. So Matt's on a bit of a heater. Philippe Souki, telling you it's a form game.
Yeah, you always say that, Tower.
The confidence just flows through you. You never seem to miss. You play better.
So Nardot completing in the small, and Matt going to check his option. So Matt getting floaty on the flop tower, pulling the 25k bet, and I'm guessing he's floating to get this check on the turn to try and take this away from the dot. Tower's fist pumping as Matt takes that pot. I'm guessing he's not fist pumping because Matt Davenport's won a 7 big blind pot. Why are you fist pumping, Tower?
There's one chip leader. There's only one chip leader. One chip leader. There's only one chip leader in the free roll. His name is Tower. His name is Tower.
Tower loving it in the free roll.
Come on. Any fives about? Oh man.
What's
Thanks everybody who joined in the free roll, 182 of you. Well done, 1 and 0. They're down to 11 players.
So Matt might just ship this tower against the stack. Are we at 10k, 20k now, I'm assuming?
And they raised to 45.
If we're at 10k, 20k, Matt's probably just going to ship this because Ronnie in the big blinds short himself. So expect Matt to just move it all in here with the pocket tens a lot of the time. But he's going to free bet. Maybe try and free bet and juice. Well, now Ronnie with ace jack here. Ronnie sub 10 bigs. This action in front of him gets out of the way. That's great for Matt, getting ace jack to fold there. Hand we're flipping against. But maybe Matt opting to free bet and juice from the dart. He'll have played with him throughout the day, I'm guessing. Maybe some history, dynamics there. Maybe Matt's been very, very active and he's going to try and induce a 4-bet rip from Nadot on the button. Oh, we've lost one.
What?
Ryan Mandara.
No!
In 16th place for £2,230, which means we're down to 15.
Well done, Ryan. Great effort, Mr. Ryan Mandara. Great effort. Another good score. Massive ladder in the free roll. Went from £1 to £2. We've just gone from £1.
You're in the money as well. You didn't tell me that.
2 English.
There's only 11 left.
2 English.
So Matt takes that one down with the free bet, with the pocket tens. How you doing, Dom? Here he is.
You up, boys?
Yeah.
That's things. So we are down to 15 in on the big event, the Midi, but the huge events, the free roll, we're down to 11. We're down to 11. It's getting tense.
If you're still in the free roll, do not let him win, please, because I have to hear about it for the next week and a bit. So if you're in the free roll, if you're one of the remaining 10 players, including the tower, do not let him win, please, because I'm going to hear about it for a long, long time.
Wages Day is second in chips. He's on his way. He says in the chat.
So blind on blind here. Ronnie just going to shove the 10-8 suited. And Michael cannot call, so have to get out of the way as Michael here. Claire G's coming for you as well. Get him, Claire.
Go on, Claire. Good luck. Chase says, can we just bin the Midi and show the free roll? I think it's a great idea. I really do. What we have got coming up, though, in the next few days is the end of the season for the boys. We've done the cash game. Tick. We've done the MPL playoff. Tick. We're now on the Midi to crown a champion. We're down to 15. And then next week we have the Six Max, the Heads Up, the Haymaker on the Wednesday, and then the Grand Final, Day 1A, Grand Final Jumper Day, Christmas Jumper Day, Day 1B, woo woo! And then Day 2 on the Saturday, and then the Grand Final, last day, third day of the Grand Final, to crown a champion of the final event of 2021. But don't worry, 2022 is just around the corner, and the boys will be back. They'll be back in town.
So Nadal here could have definitely shoved that spot tower for 17 bigs over +2 open, but opted to let it go, and Aria got a nice one to defend here. Wow, Aria was really short when he was on the table first session of the day, and now he's one of the chip leaders.
Yeah. He's third in chips, or second in chips by a big blind or something.
King 7-5, 2 diamond flop. So lovely flop here for Antonius, not in the form of just range, but we've also flopped lots of equity here with our flush draw. So continue, takes it down.
We get it into the sharp end of the event. We're down to 15. Ryan Mandara didn't last too long, unfortunately, after the break.
don't forget, guys, as well, we've got grand final satellite starting at 9. If you want to try and get in for a fraction of the buy-in for our big one that starts next Thursday, that kicks off at 9 o'clock. As we see Matt Davenport open the Ace-3 suited. Raise and take for him. Jim says, when will the free roll results be published on Hendon Mob Tower? Potentially my biggest cash incoming.
I think we ought to stick him on. Eating again?
Sorry? What fucking holiday?
Don't buy it, Dave, don't buy it.
There's also in 45 minutes online 3 guaranteed tickets to the £250 at 25.25, starting at 8:45 in 45 minutes. Good luck. Plenty going on online. The £5, the £1 buy-ins up to the 5s to the 30s. All the comps are there online if you fancy it. While you're watching the Midi, £78,000 up top.
Yeah, we got 15 remaining. As Aria free betting the Queen Jack suited, undeterred by the open from Antonius under the gun. Doesn't look like he's going anywhere, reaching for chips.
No, this is, what is it, 150? I'm calling that, he says.
So sweating his hand from Aria's perspective, as Antonius' hand not showing. What a flop we get for Aria as well. The Queen Jack of clubs, flopping 2 overcards and the club draw here. So going to be continuing this one fairly often, as Aria don't have to go large here, Tower. We could go as small as like 100k here in this spot. What's for 200s? The size is up a little here, does Aria. Maybe committing himself with the flush draw if we're faced with a jam. $200 into 350. So over half pot. And it does just get the fold from Antonius, which is good for our hand, just sitting there with queen high. It's great when the opponent does let it go, when we fold out some ace highs, king highs, some pocket pairs perhaps. So Aria taking that one. I think he's going to be chip leader at the table now. Barney Boatman's back, he's just made a different account. How are we doing, Neil Channing?
Mr. Neil Channing. If that's the real Neil Channing, good evening.
No chance. I'm going to go with, I can't see Barney Boatman in the chat anymore, so I'm guessing it's the same.
Can you change your name on Twitch?
Yeah, I'm guessing it's the same user.
You can change your name, can you? Okay.
Good luck, Claire.
Oh,
in the free roll.
but into aces. Timed out.
Good luck, Jim Marlowe. Good luck, Arach. Good luck, Ali the Monies. Good luck, Eggnog. Good luck, Wages Day. And it's all about Trump. Good luck to you too.
Claire G, final table chip leader. I've made a final table, Jay, today, have you?
No.
No.
I haven't made one since I've been here, Tower. Saving it for tomorrow, I hope.
We're down to the final. The Tower's on it. Claire G's on it. Wages Day's on it. Eggnog, holding on. It's all about Trump. That's what it's all about, you see. It's where all the action is. Eggnog's all in. Well, we look at Michael with his 6s, with his 10s, raises to 55. Tower's got a call.
You concentrate on that, Tower. I've got the feature.
Have you got the feature?
I've got it.
Here we go. I have to call. Eggnog. There's a jack coming. Nah, sorry about that. Oh, sorry, Eggnog.
So not out here. In a little predicament. Could definitely rip this one, Tower. I think we should be for 15 bigs, unless we think Michael's really on the tight side. And he does rip. Good to see from the dot. Glad he's taken this spot, and Michael gonna have to put it in with the 10s, just too strong. Facing this 16 big blind shove over our open. Should be some 7s, 8s, 9s in there. Lots of hands we're flipping with. So thinking about it, but I can't see how Michael's ever going to let the pocket 10s go in this scenario, Tower. It'd be I'd be shocked if the 10s went into the muck. And there's the all in himself, and now Antonis just going to get out of the way.
Yeah. We'll get out of the way, and we will have an all-in situation. 10s against ace jack, and the dot has got the ace jack.
Well, that is not good news.
That is definitely drawing very thin.
Yeah, looking for running king queen. That is our only out. Need perfect king queen. Oh, imagine.
Oh, you've got 3 outs. One of the queens has been folded. Do we get there? Oh,
it was
no,
paint.
We don't.
It was paint, but it weren't the right paint.
Days.
And we're going to lose Nadot from the field, which means we're down to 14 players.
Well done, Nadot. Oh, well, that was happening. I've just. Oh no, I signed out with aces. Damn. So we lose Nadot in 15th. Well done, sir.
So two of the bigger stacks clashing. Damien with the 9s, Matt with the ace jack, 7-6 deuce rainbow. Lovely flop here for Damien, over pair to the board. We're going to have to continue, and does for what looks like 35k. Like the sizing on this dry board texture. And Matt may call once here tower with ace high, just because we are going to be ahead of some of the hijack opening range, like the Broadway holdings, 10-9 suited, some worse ace highs. 3 of clubs on the turn. So expecting second barrel for Damien to be coming in here for value a lot of the time. Going to get some value from some of the 6-5, 6-4, 7-5, 7-4 to pick up gut shot to go with their pair. But Matt, with this particular holding, just going to have to get out the way now. Can't see how he's going to continue tower. There's the fold.
Claire G has just taken out Jim Marlowe in the most important live stream free roll final ever.
So Michael, under the gun, going to be wanting to open these pocket nines.
Michael raises to 55. Brad's correct. The last 6 in any poker tournament doesn't happen very often. Yes. 6 players left. We have locked up an £11 ticket. Oh, 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 oh! 14 left. Just came over and told the players. That's a nice touch. 14 players left. Anthony's raises to 55 with the king jack off.
Yeah, fine off of this stack size. We're working with 20 bigs. Going to need some opens. This is a good hand to just open in the cut off. And action going to be on Michael. So we're sweating with Antonis.
King 10 8 top pair.
Yeah, really nice for us here.
And the redraw the straights and flushes.
Don't need to go too big with our continue size. Can also, this with the jack of spades there, can definitely incorporate some checks in with this one. Simply because we've got 2 bets behind to get all our chips in and get value. We can try going bet turn, bet river for a bit of deception, maybe induce some bluffs on the big, but Antonis just happy to come out firing. Goes really big here as well, 80k into 140, so opting for just sub 60% pot. And Michael didn't take too long to think about that and call, so he's definitely going to have a piece of this. Checks in the dark. And the 9 of diamonds turn. So board getting fairly dicey. Jack Queen does get there, although we have removal from that. So Antonis working with less than a pot size bet behind. I like the check here. Really like the check from him.
Seven of spades on the river.
So make the straight as Antonis. Although Michael is going to have some flushes, Tower, definitely.
Wow, it was all in. He calls with a jack.
It's just flush.
That must be a flush. I think that was the 4-5 of spades. The 4-5 of spades for the flush for Michael.
Yeah, just unfortunate for Antonis there that the 20% job got there on the river. Otherwise, we could have potentially induced the bluff from our opponent. It's just very unfortunate for him.
Very, very unfortunate.
And Michael up to 2 million now. So Antonis Pelengares.
Well done, Antonis.
In 14th for £2,550, which means we're down to 30. Cully finds the booties this deep in a comp. It's just a sight when you look down at aces when you're this deep.
Delightful.
Raises 240. Oh, wow.
Uh-oh.
And he's going to get a chance to double here because Michael's found the ladies, and this is Cooler Town Central because this should just be getting in pre. Cully working 25 big, so should go 3-bet shove call. Assuming Aria hasn't woke up with a monster himself in the big blind. And a queen's just gone into the marking from Aria's hand, so Michael gonna need to find the case lady after Cully moves all in.
Counting his stack. It's going to make him look weaker than the boots. Oh, that's cool.
Okay, that's fine. Mixing up a flat in here, knowing that we're working with less than a pot size bet. So just a bit of deception here from Cully. Michael's got all the chips and maybe thinks Michael's going to be 3-betting lighter than most. And the other thing, Tao, to mention actually, we're 6-handed here. That's actually something to factor in. We're 6-handed, so maybe Michael is going to be more weighted towards lighter 3-bets sometimes rather than at a full ring game. So Cully snap calls the all-in, and Michael gets the bad news. It would have gone in pre anyway, but fair play to Cully. We may have got some action from some hands that wouldn't have called our 4-bet rip. I do love it when I see people that mix it up, don't just always re-raise the aces and mixing in flats once in a while. And is he going to get the reward? Just fading the case lady.
Do we get the double? Yes, we do.
What's the Cully to do? Doubling up. Five left in the free roll, and Tower's still in.
Struggling. Struggling. Struggling with kings. Oh. Go on, Claire. Oh, my days.
Ace 9. Oh. Well done, Claire.
Well done,
Get
Claire.
him. Well done, Tower. Great effort.
I'll get you next time.
Great effort.
I'll get you next time.
Hey, our little €11 ticket for you.
Well done, everybody, for playing the free roll. Oh yeah, there's plenty online to play as well. Plenty online.
$30-minute delay, one pack.
Yep. Three guaranteed tickets to the 25-25.
Yeah, that's Dave's.
Yeah, just
Starting at Starting in half an hour. 3 guaranteed 25 tickets in half an hour. Jack 6 is the flop, it's checked.
So up and down here for Damien after Aria firing for 40k and just lets the up and down go, blind on blind. Aria takes it with a 4 high there. That's like really surprising to see.
You're not wrong, Kev. 5th in the free roll, my best finish in 11 years. Donked it off with Queen 6, as you do. I think I deserve a cup of tea after that.
I think I'd love a cup of tea.
Would you really?
Thanks, Tower.
Oh, okay.
Might be Borman time.
Ooh.
So guys, working with 13 players left in the field. We're 6-handed here, 7 on the outer table. And Kush says, bring back George. I wish we could bring back George. He was fun to watch. Entertainment factor was there with George for sure. Hopefully we'll see him on the final table. Ace-9 for Aria in the cut-off. Nice one to open for us. Makes it 40. Damien gets out of the way. And both lines do the same. Raise and take for Aria. Line's going to be going up in 5 minutes time, everyone. That will take us into the 10k 25k level. It's flown today. I can't believe how we're down to 13 players already. It's just 6 and a 7. It has absolutely flown by today. You got to remember, we started with just under 170 players. We've only been here since 12, so in 8 hours we've lost so many. But average stack at the moment, guys, what I should mention is just under 50 big blinds. That's something to take note of. 50 big blinds, which means when we eventually get to the FT, there is going to be so much poker, so much play, which is great for the guys. What we want in tournaments. We don't want to get to an FT and it'd be very crapshooty. There's still going to be plenty of play involved because average stack at the moment we're working with is just under 50 bigs. Thanks, Sarah.
You'll never guess who sat in the bar.
Who's sat in the David Hay?
No,
Oh,
no, you'll never guess.
uh,
You've got 2 guesses.
Teddy
Two.
Sheringham.
No, not Teddy. You've got 2 guesses. Who sat in the bar area? Big poker player in Britain. Huge, love him.
Sam Grafton.
Yes! I didn't even know he was
Got
here. I
it,
thought he
got
was
it.
still in Brazil.
Got it. I saw him earlier, to be fair. I did
I
see him
thought he
earlier.
was still in Brazil.
He's here. He's here for the
I
grand
had
final.
a quick chat with him. We were talking to the missus. He says, Java! Java! I said, how you doing, Sam? I thought you were in Brazil. No, I'm coming back to London. He says, I'm playing all the poker next year. He says, and next week, when we play the grand final, I'm coming for a chat.
Lovely.
Won a grand final back in the year 2013-ish, 2014. Sam Grafton. I thought he was still in Brazil. He sat with JP Kelly as well. Oh, like back in the old days. Sam Grafton's in the... I tell you what. Good old Sam.
On that opening button, and Michael going to defend the King 5. No, we weren't, Brad. All healthy. Well, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, close enough.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Brad. It was a good effort. We've actually still got 2 left, so maybe after supper we might just have to indulge.
I think that sounds good. So Michael opting to lead here after catching a 5 and flop going check. So Matt not going to be going anywhere with this particular holding. 4-1 on his money. Just thinking how to proceed, whether to proceed in the form of a flat or can we ever raise this spot and fold out some 1-pair holdings of our opponent that's going to be in front of us. And does opt to raise, so fair play to Matt Davenport. Good read on the situation. Feels like Michael's weak here in seat 6 and turning a really good hand. King Jack here. Up and down into a bluff and gets the best of it to fold, and that's just nice poker from Matt there on the button. Power poker, choosing a good hand to come in for a raised bluff, knowing that if he is called he's still going to have equity in the situation. And top ball, so get him in the booth.
He's having a drink with the boys. I've already asked him. He's coming next week for the grand final, and we'll get him then, he says, for definite.
What, did he play the Midi today?
I don't know if he's played the Midi. I don't know if he's played the Midi, but he's having a chat with the guys in the bar area. The beer's flowing, so we'll leave him to it, and he'll be back next week, and we'll have a chat with him then. Dan Charlton's in the bar area. There's a table of about 10.
I could have told you that. There's only one left.
No, PK's had them all.
I haven't had one yet.
Had them all. He has. He's had them all, PK. Yeah, Dan Charlton might not drink on a Friday. So we're on 13. Is Sheldon still in? Who did we lose? Nobody.
No, no one. Still on 13 players.
Still on 30. Is Sheldon still in? On the outer table.
Nice little check behind here on the flop was Cully. Not getting any action. Nice discipline fold there from area up, not falling into a trap. So
Claire G has won the free.
well on Claire.
Well on Claire. Well on Claire. Absolutely amazing. What a good effort.
Any players interested in registering for Satellite and will be starting in half an hour. It's a Satellite, the grand final is a cash out,
£110 closer voucher. Well done.
registration for Satellite is also in half an hour. Make your way to official expression.
Pretty impressive. So Matt and Ronnie, they're all in. We can't see the cards, unfortunately. We actually did get told, see Dave's there, we actually did get told that there was a connection error between the
Matt's got King Jack.
King Jack for Matt.
And Ronnie has pocket fives.
Pocket fives for Ronnie in the middle. It was a connection error for the action tracker. There you go, pocket fives for Ronnie. And King Jack for Matt.
So system's gone down just for this hand, so we're not going to have a flop cam, guys, just to let you know.
Prize is running across the bottom of the screen. Ronnie's face winces as a jack hits the turn. And he stands up and Matt's fist gives him a fist bump. We're just going to run the board. We don't know if it's the cards or the antenna or what it was, but Matt Davenport has taken out Ronnie Tull.
Yep, that leaves us with 12 players. Clean flop.
28-60.
But Jack on the turn.
Yeah, the final table will be 9 players.
So down to 12.
So the cards are out. Gives us a bit of chance to tell you what's coming up for next week. The Midi will conclude today. We will have a champion on the stream at whatever time. The Six Max, the Heads Up and the Haymaker in that order next Wednesday, all on the stream. And then the grand final, the £2,000 buy-in, estimated to pull about 750,000. Looking forward to that one. Day 1B is Christmas Jumper Day for the final event, bringing a bit of festive cheer because we've had a tough 18 months.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
But we're now back.
There's a prize as well, a complimentary meal, best Christmas jumper, so make sure you put a lot of effort in.
Get yourself in. And then Saturday and Sunday, obviously crowning the champion of the grand final.
Yeah.
And we'll give you plenty of notice of the 25-25s coming up, the schedule for the G400s and Deep Stacks next year, and the full schedule with the dates for the 2022 GUKPT. Earth happened there.
We are down to 12.
Yeah, we just lost Ronnie. Ari with the Queen 10. Claire G won the most important free roll. Tower finished 5th.
Damien here, A7 on the button. Could definitely come in for a light free bet with this one, Tower, facing cut-off open, but I've seen Damien since he's been here and he has been fairly snug, hasn't been getting out of line too much, so just opts to let that one go. And going to be raise and take for Aria, puts him up to 1 point, or just shy of 1.5 million for him. Flying. Blinds are 10k, 25k now, guys.
So blinds at 10,000, 25,000. 12 players left. He played well yesterday, did Mike Humphries. Can't wait to meet and greet Team Mushroom at Goliath next year. We're looking forward to that. Can't wait for Live Goliath 25th of August until the 4th of September.
Very nice one for Cully, so just going to flat this one on the button, and the Sheldon taking a very nice shove spot here for himself. Sheldon working with 17 bigs, so lovely spot for us to jam. Calf open, button flat, we got the 6s. Really good shove spot for us, and he takes it, which is good to see, and he's going to pick up an extra 160k to his stack just from making that move. Nice play from Sheldon.
So Damien in scene number 8, 1.3 mil with the blind at 10.25. Sitting pretty as we're down to 12.
So Sheldon opening an ace on the button. And Michael probably not going to defend the jack trait. Right, it's so much better to defend a hand like 4 or 5 off than it is a jack 3. So lets it go.
Border Collier games. Border Collier games. How long has it been running? We are on level
24.
Level 24 at the minute.
10k, 25k.
We've been running since 12, and we're down from 169. We're down to 12.
Probably going to be 4 AM finish. Around that, give or take an hour. prefer the take, but we'll see. So ace-10 for Damien. Opens this one under the gun. We are six-handed, 12 players remain. Just raise and take. Aria not defending the big blind with the ace-deuce.
Pretty levels on the table, 3 at 55 bigs, 47.39, 25 bigs is a short stack on our table, shows how deep we are now.
So we got Matt in the cut-off. Nice one to open, King Jack. The area calling here in the small blind with pocket fours, and Damien going to get out of the way with a queen 3 from what we've seen from him already, Tower. I'm not sure he's going to defend this one. Well, he is. Going three-way, getting a more attractive price.
3 players see a flop.
8-8-6, 2-spade board. So Aria still with the best of it. Matt with the betting lead though, and it is a pair board, but not opting to continue on this one, even with the king of spades. And the 6 on the turn, counterfeiting the pocket fours of Aria.
Matt all of a sudden jumps to the lead.
Yep.
Let's check, check. Any ace about? Who's going to try and rep anything?
Well, I think Matt will probably fire Tower once checked to him. Like, you don't even need to go big here, Matt. We can go really, really small, looking like we're trying to get called by an ace rather than chopping this up three-way. Like, we don't have to go big here as Matt. We can go like 40k here, Tower. Really just make it look like we're just trying to squeeze some value out of our ace-x that we would have taken this same sort of line with. But don't even need to choose a large size in here as Matt. We can go really, really small. Well, it looks like he is going large because they're the 100k chips. 135. That's going to do the same thing. It's going to get it through.
Indeed it does. It's a late one. Why don't you run the final table on the Monday? The schedule was out in July, and it's a full 17-day schedule. We added a day 3 to Blackpool, and it would have been changing the schedule itself. I'm guessing that they're already looking at putting a day 3 in for next year because it makes a lot of sense for the players and for everybody else. If it's in the schedule for next year, then obviously we'll let you know. It is an 18-day festival next year, the 1st of December until the 18th. So if Jim's already looking at the schedule for the Midi for next year, I know it's 12 months before we come back again for the last event of 2022. But I'm sure he'll be thinking about a day 3. It worked in the minute in Blackpool that Jay was on. Yeah, everybody's saying around about 3 o'clock this is going to finish because of the blind structure and it being so good. But
that's the thing. Well, average stack's just under 50 bigs at the moment, Tower. With 12 left, average stack is just under 50 bigs.
Yeah.
So there's still 600 big blinds in play. It's pretty mental. That's how much we're still working with at this point. So when we do get to the FT, it's not going to be a punt. It's going to be lots of poker be able to play, which is what we want to see. Really, really good structure.
Yeah, I'm sure they're already thinking about day 3s for the minis and the middies next year. Not all festivals next year will have a midi and a mini, and the G400 and everything else that goes with it. And when they do, with the numbers that have been so fantastic this year, the day 3s I reckon will be in for, especially in London, the middies and the minis.
So Damien, the king boost on the button. Probably going to open this one with a king here. No, he's not going to. Very disciplined, Damien. Waits for certain hands to continue, and that's a walk. And we've got some news from the outer.
What's happening? Oh, hell.
There's Riggy.
Oh, hell. Go on, Riggy. The cards are there. Riggy's got ace 7 against pocket 7s.
So Riggy at risk, needing to find an ace from space. We have chop outs now. A 9 would do the trick. No hearts. So ace or 9, and it's a queen. So we're going to lose Paul Rigg in 12th place for £2,860, which means we're down to 11.
You know that line on the table? Unlucky, Riggy. Show you the prize ticker. Good effort, Riggy. We're down to 11. We are on 11.
So open from Michael under the gun, 9-8 suited, and Sheldon going to flat the ace-10 suited in the small, and that's going to bring Matt along with the 6-5 in the big 3-way. Ace Jack 4, rainbow board, ace 10 of Sheldon going out in front, but Michael probably going to come in for 1 continue here, working with 9 high. We're like stone cold bottom of our range here, never a bad thing to just fire once small, try and take it down, and then just shut down on turns. It's still going to be a board that's meant to favour our range here, being the under the gun opener. Wow, Sheldon! Is he folded? Oh no, his cards are in box 1. Oh, he's in seat 1. I thought he was in seat 2 the way he was sitting there. I thought his cards went into the muck, but no, Sheldon has called. I thought he just check folded the top pair. But interesting turn here now, because Michael's actually picked up and down with the 9-8. Imagine a 7 on the end, that would be... Ew!
Oh wow! My days!
Wow!
What were you saying?
Because now Sheldon's coming in for value, and Michael with the second nuts going to be bumping this. Wow, how's he flatted tower?
How have you flatted?
How has he flatted here? Michael's gone 150 into 350. He's gone about 40% pot tower, and Michael's just flatted the second nuts. Oh my!
There is 300k left on the table there. Wow!
Oh my! How has he flatted there?
Don't always be scared of the nuts, man.
Monsters under the bed.
Wow.
How has he found the flat there? What?
Sheldon's got away with one. Big time.
Yeah, Sheldon's free rolling the rest of this comp tower. Well, he may have found the hero fold. Probably would have, because I'm not sure where he would have, but wow, how has he just flatted that spot? We got the second nuts. We lose to specifically King Queen, 16 combinations, and then there's a whole host of sets, 2 pairs, ace-x, all these hands that Sheldon can come in for value with on the river. And how has he just flatted Michael? Maybe just because we're getting close to that 70k first place prize, it does funny things to people at a poker table. I've seen it many a time.
Amazing.
Even Claire knows. I'm in disbelief, Tower. If he's got King Queen, he's got King Queen. Nice hand, GG. You're out the door, but obviously, big part of small blind calling range is going to be the broadways, but the size as well, Tal. That's a big factor as well. The size that he went 150 into 350. I'm not sure if he's going to go this size with King Queen because we can still have Ace Jack, Ace 10, these type of hands. So I think the sizing, like the main reason. Maybe if he goes like 400, leaving himself 100k back, then maybe he might just call. But the sizing a big factor in that. The fact they opted for 40% on the river. And Michael just called, but is what it is, chat. We see it a lot.
Absolutely.
We're down to 11, guys. Getting there very, very slowly. Has slowed up since we hit 2 tables, which was expected because of the chips in play and average stack and everyone working with plenty at the moment. Not too sure on the stack sizes on the outer. If anything happens, we will go to the outer table as Matt opens the button to 50.
King 10-8. Four of hearts on the turn. Top pair for Aria. Matt hitting a piece as well, Matt Davenport. And Michael betting out with 5th pair. So we're on 11, the final table will be 9. Checked it down. We'll move. We're moving a player. Seat number 8 is on his way out, so something must have happened on the outer tables, which will put us down to 10. That's the only reason we can foresee somebody moving. We'll give you the information when we get it.
There are, Tower.
What's happened?
It's Suki.
Oh, he's trying to do the unprecedented midi double.
Yeah, mini main
What's
champion.
there? Oh, just the boots. Oh, that'll do. Hey. Oh my
Kings.
days, against Kings. Who was he up against?
So Vidas with the Kings.
Vidas Seriunus. Oh, you are kidding! Oh my days, Vidas Seriunus. What a good sport Philippe Suki is. He's just tapped the table and shook his hand. Vidas.
So 10. Final table bubble.
Wow. Ouch.
Phil Suki is our 10th place finisher.
Ouch.
Not going to be back-to-back FTs for him.
They were so close though. One wins a minute, finishes 11th.
Yeah, so
in
down
the
to
Midi.
10.
Wow.
Final table is at 9, so we are on the FT bubble. As we see Aria 3-bet the ace-jack suited versus the cut-off open from Matt. Nice big sizing out of position and gets it through with the ace-jack. So King Jack for Aria on the button, going to be opening this one. 1.7 million, lovely stack for Aria.
Sheldon moves all in. Aria's not calling with King Jack off.
Full team mix, Tower. I don't think he's going to call Tower up. 14 big shove from Sheldon over our button open. Like we'd see him call ace 10 here, but King Jack probably not going to be putting any more chips in. Yeah, we will have a few hands dominated. The Jack Queen suited, the Jack 10 suited, the King 10 suited, maybe even King 9 suited in there as well.
It's an easy fold.
Look, depends if you think Sheldon's capable and Sheldon's going to be taking really light reshove spots, Tower, and he's going to mix in some suited kings and stuff, Jack 9 suited maybe, then that might be why he's thinking of it. I'm guessing Aria's going to know Sheldon better than me, but there is what you predicted, Tower. There is the fold. No hand for hand on FTs anymore, Paul.
No, we don't go hand for hand when we're 10. We don't go hand for hand when we're 10, we just carry on playing. There's no real reason. There's no real reason for a hand for hand for the final table. Play just continues. Everybody's in the money. We just play normal poker.
Yeah, nice from Matt there.
And shall we get to a FT?
Shoving an ace after the complete.
Yeah, but don't forget World Series. They're doing it for TV as well. They've got a TV program. They've got a production to run. They want everybody to stay in Vegas for as long as possible. They do the final table 9 to 6 to 3 to 1. They have 4 stops on the final day, on the final table. So yeah, everybody's different. But GUKPT don't do a hand for hand when there are 10 players left.
Basically, saying that's our subject, the seats used to be played from the beginning of this game seats. Tournament will start in 2 minutes.
So Aria now, he's got the chips. We are 5-handed, need to start opening up a bit more, raising more hands. 3-betting more as well, as soon as you start getting this short-handed. And opts to open the King 7 suited, and both players flopping top pair, but Aria with top 2. And 5-handed here, Michael going to be doing some chips. Gonna probably lose at least 2 streets here, Tower.
Michael has to call.
Of course he does. So he calls the 40k. The Queen of Hearts on the turn. So Aria still with the best of it. Probably going to see him size up a bit more on this turn now, Tower. Probably going to go closer to 2/3. I think something like 140, 130. Would be a nice little size here, but it looks like he's going smaller. $110, and facing this size, Michael just has to call again here, Tower. After we defend out the big blind, this is just a board that Aria's going to double barrel a lot. He can have some ace jack, some ace 10, jack 10 suited, ace x of spades, all these hands that are going to be coming in for double barrels. And the deuce of spades on the river. Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Oi, oi. 200k.
Yeah, so now we got Michael leading the King Jack, and this is not the best, Tower.
I think it's a call.
Like, yeah,
It is a call.
It's just really.
One pair says Michael.
It's just a really, really weird lead from him. Really, really strange lead, but I guess it was just a little blocker bet.
Yeah.
Because the spades come, and if he got raised, he was just going to fold. So maybe just opting to block there on the end, just so Aria didn't come in for a bomb, which is fair enough if that was the thought process. But Aria up to 2 million now. But yeah, I guess it's fine blocking that river.
So scrolling along the bottom of the payouts for everybody, we're down to 10. 2 tables of 5. Ashmere there. Not seen Ash for quite a while, have I?
Yeah, it's 1/3 river sizing. Chase Twitch went 200 into 600.
Finalists and on
Cully raising to 55 with the King 10, and Matt on the button, ace jack, big hand, 5-handed. Wow. Okay, no, not wow. He has called. Hand disappeared for a second there. So Matt just flattened on the button. So Cully going to continue small, and Matt should be calling once here with ace jack. 5-handed here, we're still ahead of a fair amount of Cully's opening range under the guns effective hijack. 5-handed, so going to have to call again here as Matt in position. Take some turns, hoping for the check from Cully on the turn. And this is a great card for us as Matt, not only in the fact that we turn top pair, but this is a card that Cully's going to have a fair amount of double barrels on. Once this ace rolls off on the turn, he can credibly represent it, and I actually love this from Cully. This is really nice, but unfortunately Matt actually has one of the ace high floats that he should be floating on the button. So Matt just going to continue with the call now. No need to raise this spot here, Tower. We've got Cully's double barrels like King Queen, Jack 10, all these hands drawing dead, so we want to keep these bluffs in the range of Cully's to do. He still has the stronger ace X, the ace king, ace queen opening under the gun, so just want to be flat in here as Matt Davenport. There's no bad river cards for us. Maybe a heart when it does come backdoor hearts, but oh wow, is he going to raise? No, he is going to call. Good to see. I keep thinking them yellows are like,
I know,
big,
yes,
like
yeah,
the chip colours are different.
Event,
yeah, the chip colours are different. And the 7 of clubs on the river. So check mark going to Matt Davenport, and now Cully slams the brakes on. Right timing as well. And Matt with the ace jack, thinking about coming in for value. What is he trying to get called by? And maybe 10s, jacks, queens all fire again on the turn, trying to, because there's not too much ace X Matt's going to have other than like the ace jack, ace 10, maybe some ace 5 suited floats with backdoor flush draw. But Matt really turning the cogs here, just thinking about hands that he wants to get called by in this particular scenario. What hands is Cully going to go bet and then call our river bet with worse? Like ace 10 maybe, some ace X suited. Matt checks it behind.
Just check.
That was never getting called anyway.
So we're on 10. Final table is 9. So we're on 10 of the Midi from 649.
King Queen for Matt. Opening this one under the gun. Matt already had one FT this festival, the 1K. Managed to get a chop, 5-way chop. Michael here with the ace king coming in for a free bet. Against this opponent, from what I've seen from Michael, I think Matt would just be aware that Michael's rarely going to be at it here. King Queen out of position. But he is going to make the call. Happy to go to the flop. I think something has to be done that has to do with the sizing. It's just over a 2.5x free bet. Matt getting a nice price, but Michael hasn't really got out of line too much. We saw the flat with the 8-9 as well. Maybe be even more reason for us to just let the king queen go and wait for a better spot. But we are 5-handed, another factor that probably Matt took into account.
Bets 105,000 and a snap fold. So we're on 10, amazingly. We're 169. Running across the bottom of the screen, Chelsea fan of the payouts. 78,000 up top.
King 6-4 culling on the button, 15k, 30k level, and just opts to move all in.
Have some of that, he says.
For 19 bigs, gets it through.
Yeah, it's a massive pair, 649 runners, 78,000 up top. That's like a GUKPT main event.
Yeah, going back a couple of years, we can't say that anymore.
No.
GUKPT main events nowadays, all six-figure first prizes. It's been crazy.
So we're on 10. Final table of 9 when one person gets knocked out on either table. If anything happens on the outer table, the guys will be there catching the action. And we'll let you know exactly what happens.
Cully opening this one off of just sub 22. Michael 8-6 off in the big blind. I'd be defending here 5-handed. Ranges are going to be wider. We're getting a really nice price on a call, but Michael, I think he's a bit on the tighter side, which is fair enough. Can't do chips if you don't put them in the pot.
Did anybody have a little flutter this morning?
Yeah,
I woke up this morning to a book with about 640 punters ready to have a bet. What's that all about? I think the field was like 25s, wasn't it? Anybody got any small interest on any player that is left? Let us know. Chef Brad back 5 players, they're all out. Don't tell them all.
Surely there's got to be someone that's got a sweat.
Right, well,
Just tuned in. Let us know if you have, guys.
minimum 25s, there'll be a nice sweat.
Oh, Lee Miller's got Davenport at hundreds.
What?
And Jamie Nixon's
Wow.
got Aria.
Wow. Amazing.
Ace-4 suited for Sheldon. He's all in for 11 bigs. Michael can't call with a Queen Jack. And Aria's going to get out of the way. And Cully's going to do the same. It's a nice little pickup this is going to be for Sheldon. Going to put him back to just sub 12 bigs. I think he's got a fair amount, Aero, on YouTube. I think he's actually got a fair amount because he got it all in pre. Kings beat the aces of Suki and found a king on the turn when there was 11 left. Jamie Nix has got Aria at 200 to 1.
Wow.
What you got here, Jamie? A fiver? And John Garlick said he's got Sheldon at 50s. Good luck to you all. So all in from Aria on the button because of the effective stack sizes. 21 bigs and 11 bigs in the blind. Perfectly fine from him with the ace 10.
Well, we've got a few sweats with people backing the players. Well done, everybody. We're on 10 players. We are streaming down to a champion.
Yes, we are.
We are streaming the whole final table as well. If anybody can't stay up because of work or you can't keep your eyes open, then it will be on YouTube tomorrow.
An average stack at the moment is currently 57 big blinds.
Wow.
57 bigs. There's so much in play still. Hold on, we got an all-in and a call.
Oi, oi.
Sheldon shoving blind on blind, finding an ace for 11 bigs. We're just sub 12. And Matt wakes up with 10s in the bigs. So this could be it, guys. This could be the FT bubble going. And we could be down to 9. Sheldon at risk. Needs an ace.
King, 8, Jack.
No help.
Queen or a 10 for redraws or a club.
Deuce of clubs doing a little bit of work.
There's a deuce.
Oh, well.
Any ace or any 2 to survive, or we're on the FT. We're on the FT, ladies and gentlemen. We're on the FT. Right, that were a look.
Yeah, Tom's cam froze. We would chuck us up. There we are. We're back. We're on the FT.
We're on the FT.
Sheldon Kalako is our 10th place finisher for £3,180. We are going to be back in around 15 minutes, guys, around past for the remainder of the comp. FT now, it's all set, one table. We'll have the chip counts, we'll have the list of our 9 players, the prizes.
Where they're going to be sat.
So, nearly there, Tower. I weren't expecting the FT this early, but we got there.
Big Harry, or Quads Harry, has got his son at 33s.
Good luck.
George is a good player.
Good luck.
Very, very good player. So we'll be back in 15 minutes. Go and get yourself a coffee. We're going to get the sleeping bags out and we're going to have the final table starting at 9:30. Be back. We'll see you then.
But I have to, you got to look back and realize, well, I had ace 10 of spades. Don Zuin had 2 10s. Steve Lott had 2 deuces, and I hit, and we were all in 3 ways. I wasn't all in, but it was a key pot for me to hit, and be thankful. And that's a good question though, because who knows? But I know this. I was already a professional poker player. I was already having tremendous success everywhere, and I feel like I would have continued along those lines.
Yeah, and continuing, obviously 1989, you win the lot. But your dad wasn't overly enthused about it all, was he? But did Dad know best?
You have to understand, my dad has a PhD. He has a JD. He has an MBA. So, masters, that's a lot of letters. I mean, I don't know anyone. There's not that many people on the planet that have more letters than my dad. So, of course, now I'm the oldest of 5 and a guy. So, I was meant to be on this education path. I was meant to be, I was meant to graduate from college, and I never did. And so for him to then imagine and think that far outside of the box, to professional poker player. And in the 80s, I mean, my dad thought that was like a drug dealer, you know? And so, you know, but he saw me have a lot of success, and he decided to come to the 1989 World Series of Poker main event. Surprised me that he agreed to go. He agreed in December, and he flew out and he saw me in, you know, one of the best moments of my life, winning the main event. And you know, you notice when I throw my hands up in the air like this in the YouTube video, when the last card comes off, like I think the 6 of spades, I go like this or whatever. And I turn and I look, you can see me turning because my dad was not in sight for 4 days. That was a 4-day long tournament. He wasn't in sight during the tournament, but I turned because, you know, and there he is running up the aisle to greet me. And of course, security stops him because there's $1 million in cash on the table in 1989. And I wave him through, and I, you know, within seconds of winning, I was able to embrace my father and give him a great hug. And then I bought a Mercedes-Benz, and then I married a doctor. And then, you know, and so, you know, and I'm still happily married 30 years later. So, and my dad's been to Vegas every year, I think, for 30 years to support me.
Turned him. You got him on the side.
Yep. I had to win the main event.
And 1993 in the World Series was probably one of the most insane runs for you. And 3 bracelets in 3 days. It could have been
not three bracelets in 3. So the 1993 is interesting because John Benetti won 2 bracelets that year. And Ted Forrest won 3 bracelets that year. And I won 3 bracelets that year. So, you know, probably they gave away 20 bracelets or something, or 18. And we won 8 of them. It was crazy year, 93. And I won 2 bracelets in 1 day. So that meant that I played the No Limit Hold'em tournament till about 5 in the morning. And I remember my wife was pregnant. And I don't know if she made it till 3 or 4 I think she made it till 3, 4, 5 in the morning. She's way too much of a trooper. And then the next tournament started at noon, and I was just exhausted because I just won a bracelet. I went for a run. There's no way I could sleep, and I entered the Limit Hold'em event. And I played poorly at first, and I remember going into the dinner break. I didn't have a lot of chips, but at least I was able to, you know, I ate a half an hour before dinner break, and I went straight up for an hour and a half long nap. And I came back down, and the next thing you know, I started hitting hands. And I think by 11 o'clock that night, I'd won the Limit Hold'em bracelet. So I won one at, you know, I want to say 4 in the morning, and I won one at, you know, 10:30 at night. And it was just a crazy day. And I remember the next day, before that tournament started, that I'd won the event the night before. And, you know, if you want to throw in there, I'd won 2 events on that day. So it was pretty cool. But yeah, 2 bracelets in 1 day. And then I had the chip lead in the main event when I completely fell apart. And that's on me. I mean, I was running good. I was playing great. And the next thing you know, I kind of threw it away. I think it was too much for someone to handle 3 bracelets and the main event.
So the news has just come through from Binions that they've just taken the poker tables out of the card room. It looks like it could be forever. Binions, it must be somewhere in there, Phil.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Binions is just such a classic poker, you know, it's just, there's so much history there. And, you know, we've faced this for many, many years, but it was a much more pronounced issue that we had to deal with as poker players for a long time. And it's simply this: slot machines make more money than poker tables. So, you know, I mean, we've heard this hundreds of times starting in the 80s. And so it was really hard to get poker rooms established. There's nothing we could do. A casino would make a decision and they'd be like, all right, we'll have 4 or 5 poker tables. And they'd be like, I know the numbers in the late 90s. Each slot machine makes about $80,000 a day. And so they could put 5 slot machines,
Yeah.
4 or 5 slot machines in one area where you could have a poker table, and maybe 6. And so that's a lot to compete against. And so, when poker broke out and everybody demanded tables and when it got really hot, I thought that we wouldn't be facing things like this in the future. But, listen, I can't blame Binions because, it's really hard to have a 9-handed game that you can actually rake right now. And so you've seen some of those contraptions they have for poker tables now, where they have plastic up and it's hard to play 4 or 5-handed. And people are flocking in for those to play. But I'm not sure that's a realistic fix. So post-COVID, I wouldn't be surprised if, Binions did have poker tables back in, but it's a very sad day for poker when Binions gets rid of their poker room.
Yeah. I think my first trip to Vegas was 2004, and it was the final time it was actually in Binions. And obviously, unbeknown to me, that was a little bit of history. I was stood there on the rail watching my first ever World Series event. I can't remember what it was, but not knowing that it wasn't going to be in Binions anymore. That's a little bit of history. Can you remember what's the big poker table that's on the wall where everybody's signed it? Is that still there?
I don't remember. I did go to Binions about a year and a half ago. I was downtown for whatever reason, and I think I had my sister. Yeah, my sister Ann was with me, and Ann is a Special Olympian, has a bunch of gold medals from Special Olympics, and she and I walked through there, and we saw the pictures on the wall, and and it was kind of nice to see. It was kind of a step back into where I did a lot of business.
There's a lot of history in that room, and like you said, we don't know what's going to happen, but it looks like it might have finished in Binions. Going yourself, the critics. Now, you answer the critics with result after result after result. Does it affect you and the way you play and think, do you know what? This is for one of you.
Yeah, I mean, you have to understand that, I think a lot of people, if you're going to be great, or if you want to be the greatest of all time in your sport, people are going to chop you down at the knees and try to stand on your shoulders, so to speak.
Yeah.
And that's, there's some negativity there. And so, I've been a huge figure looming large in poker for a long time. And I think some people are like, hey, he's getting too much press. He doesn't deserve it. And, some of the younger generation is like, what's so special about Phil? And so, it's a natural progression to try to, and so, but some of them don't handle themselves very well. And the difference is when I came up in poker, I gave a lot of respect to all the people before me. Yeah. Always respected Doyle. Johnny's only 3-4 years in front of me, but always respected Chip Reese and all the great players that came before me. And there was always respect. I never went around, saying bad stuff about them. And, I kind of earned my stripes. So, it's interesting to me that you have this, a bunch of high rollers, and you have say 20 or 30 guys that consistently play in the high rollers, and they proclaim themselves the best players in the world. They aren't. And then the press is incentivized to claim them the best players in the world. And they play with, 10, 15 businessmen. And so they're not the best players in the world. You want to be the best in the world. You win bracelets. You win world poker tournaments, world WPTs, you win EPTs. Now, if you want to talk about, somebody like Adrian Mateos or Dominic Nietzsche, these guys are great. They proved it because by winning bracelets. Alex Foxen is a great player for sure, and he just won a WPT to back up, a big one in December. Nice job. And so, but I mean, if you want to be great, then you have to win bracelets, and it can't just be a bunch of high rollers. Because there's a lot of great players. A lot of the best players in the world don't play in those tournaments all the time. I think Negreanu is one of the best players in the world. You don't see him out there all the time in all the high rollers. You don't see Ivy out there in all the high rollers. You don't see me in all the high rollers. And, you know, so you have to pick your poison, you know, if you want to be great. And they all pick the poison of playing in World Series of Poker tournaments. And, you know, and so I mean, yeah, there's always going to be critics, and that's just a natural. There's always going to be haters, and that's just kind of that's a natural way of the world. I do get a little bit upset when they throw me under the bus, but you know what? It's also motivating. I called Negreanu and I said, "Man, you've been one of my biggest critics." I mean, he was telling me in 08 and 09 and 10 that I'll never win again unless I start playing like they play. And I said, "I think you're crazy." And he's like, "I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 blah." Well, that guy disappeared a long time ago. And then the next year he said, I have the best coach in the world. His name is blah, 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 different name. That guy disappeared a year later. And, you know, 2011 and 12, I think I was second in player of the year, both of those years at the World Series of Poker. You know, I think I won 2 or 3 bracelets. I had a bunch of, I don't know how many final tables, but, you know, and then, you know, recently people are like, "Oh, well, Phil can't play in faster paced tournaments, you know, the ones where the blinds go up every, you know, Phil can't play in tournaments that go up every 20 minutes or half an hour." And then I won one of those, and then I final tabled one. And then I think I have 3 final tables in the $5,000, faster tournament. What do they call it? Turbo. The turbo. Said, "Oh, that can't work because Phil doesn't understand the math." And so it's always Phil doesn't understand this, Phil doesn't understand that. Now, the interesting thing is most of the people watching this interview say, "Oh, well, what is Phil talking about? We all know he's a great player." And that's true, because you're really talking about a select few people. Yeah, but it's a little aggravating, but they also motivate me. And so then they also fail to see what I'm doing every year. I mean, in 2019, you know, World Series tournaments, what did I have? I had a 5th, a 6th, a 2nd, a 3rd, you know, and I mean, like there's a handful of people that had those kind of results.
16 cashers in 2019.
Yeah. And so, you know, I mean, so whatever. I mean, I think, yes. Does it rub me the wrong way sometimes? Yes. But do I hear those voices every day? No. I mean, sometimes I don't hear somebody criticize me for 40 or 50 or 60 days because I'm not on all the forums. But I'm aware of it. And then when I see it, I'm always a little bit bummed out.
Yeah. If we had a Champions League triple crown of poker, you've won the World Series main event. You've won the World Series Europe main event. What would make up that triple crown? That would be like, those are the 3 that you need to win.
Okay, that would be the 3rd one. It's the Poker Players Championship, the PPC. Yeah. And I had a 2nd in that. And that one really hurt because I had Brian Rastall in 3 times. And to win one of those hands, I guess I was 84%, they said, to have that. And that would have been nice. That would have been an unassailable triple crown.
Yeah. We have got 15 braces. Do you need to be stranded on a desert island for people to catch you?
I mean, you've got Phil Ivey, who can win 2 or 3 bracelets in a year. You've got Daniel Negreanu, who's
Four-seated, 4 standing, please. Take seat and stand up.
Yeah, happy to explain that. Cool.
I can sit in a photo. You're going to sit? I like to sit.
You're not sitting?
I'm not my seat, you know. I don't want to. I don't like to sit at somebody's seat, you know.
Oh, take a seat.
Aria, I hear you bet me off my open-ender with 3-4 suited.
Who told you that? That nonsense.
My friend's watching the stream.
It was one of those where I couldn't win the pot, so
No, I
couldn't
know,
stamina.
I know. It was a good pot-sized bet. A little bit less I would have called.
It's one of those, mate. I'm not out for you.
Yeah.
I'm not out to get you.
No, that's standard.
We'll see.
Just someone else sitting up.
No, it was a good bet.
You don't like sitting there?
I don't mind.
Who am I missing? We've got Chris, Michael.
You're not coming in, no? Go on.
Oh, come on. There we go.
Your attention please, Michael Dunleavy, please make your way to the final table. That's Michael. Make your way to your final table.
Good luck, everyone, here.
Ready? Yeah.
Cool, thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Dash needs to sit down. That's your turn.
Oh, no. They need to be brown, basically.
Yeah, we took the dealer chair out for the photo, that's all. I see. Yeah, thank you guys.
No. You need a chair in that
Shall we do it?
Let's do it.
Shall we do this final? Sleeping bags, there.
we got 'em.
We're ready. Cushions, pillars, the lot. All it's on order. We're ready. We're looking forward to it. This should be an absolute classic. Welcome back to the live stream of the Midi. This is the final table. We started with 469. We're down to 9. Who we got, Jay?
In 1 is going to be Chris Trick, 730,000. In 2, Cully Sadu, 655,000. In 3, Michael Dunleavy, 1.2 million. In 4, Damien Pilkington Lewis, 1.02 million. In 5 is Matt Davenport with 1.9 million. In 6 is Patrick with 3.3 million. 7, George Robinson, just under 900k. 8, Aria Sarkashik, just under 2 million. And in 9 is Vidas Cyranas, just under 1.5 million.
Have we seen this Patrick before? Who's chip leader?
Yeah, I think we have. I think he was on the table. Yeah, he was. He was on the table one of the sessions today.
Well, we are ready. Hope you are. Don't forget, if you can't last until the final hand, you will be able to watch it tomorrow on YouTube. It will get recorded. You can catch up from wherever you finished off. Hope it's a cracking final. We think it will be. Hope you enjoy it. We're going straight over to the table because this is what they're playing for as it scrolls along the bottom of the screen. Good luck, everybody. The final table of 9 in the Midi.
It will indeed, Fuwish. And we understand a lot of the viewers will have work or whatnot tomorrow. But
of course.
As Salwa said, it's great that you can go and watch it back. We will be here until finish. Yeah, we'll get rid of the top right graphic for your Scorps, because no need for it now, as we are on the final table. Quick as that, gone.
As if by magic, gone.
So everyone, £3,820 locked up. Second table of the second final table of the festival for Matt Davenport in seat 5. He chopped the 1K.
He did indeed.
Last week.
60,000. You said it was the best deal that anybody got at the table.
Unbelievable deal. I don't know how he wangled it,
but he did. Nice one, Top.
Well, Top Ball, you never know. When you get up for work, you might be able to catch heads up.
We are so looking forward to this one. We are ready. Absolutely. Nice one, Fletch. You were right. Come on, George, you can do it. Your dad's got 33s. So the top 9 prizes scrolling across the bottom of the screen right there. 38.20 locked. 78,000 and a bit of change for first prize.
Peter Marshall, tuned in from Australia.
Good morning.
I bet the weather's nice over there compared to here. God.
Good morning, Peter. Just heading into summer in Sydney. It's about time you let us back in. And unfortunately, it might be a little bit longer.
So first hand in the FT, Matt opening low jack, ace 4 of diamonds, George flat in cut off. Queen jack 10, 2 club board. So Matt going to continue here. Got to be wary on this board. Cut off's going to have lots of Broadway holdings in there. This bet will fold out the pocket pairs, like the deuces through 8s are all going to fold. Some suited ace-X we're going to get to fold as well, but George with a hand that is going to be calling once. Backdoor royal, bottom pair, Broadway draw. And the Queen of Hearts on the turn, and I think on this turn it's going to be shut down here for Matt. George going to have some King Queen, Queen Jack, Queen 10 here after flattening the cut off, and like this decision from Matt to just shut down with the ace 4 of diamonds and trying to get to showdown is George.
6 of spades on the river. George gets the check mark.
Yeah, and it's not a spot we can bluff here either as Matt. Like, all we're trying to target here as Matt is like ace-X of clubs, which we're going to chop with anyway when it does get to showdown. We're not going to fold out hands like King Jack, Jack 10, Ace Jack once there's Queen pairs on the turn. And you never know, George could get sneaky with a Queen Jack, Queen 10 and come in for a check on the turn once bunting up. But, a normal human being would probably check here, but Matt Davenport, he's not a normal human being, and he's going to go for it.
There, 255 as well.
255.
Puts George straight on the sword.
And from what we've seen from George, the featured table he was on second session of the day for us, didn't look like folding in a couple of river spots, and be intrigued if he is going to hero this one off. But from what I've seen from him already, he does not like folding rivers, and he's counting it out. And he makes the call.
Big call. Big call from George. We know he's got the game. Dad's cheering. The Wendover cricket team are cheering. Oh, Pete Marshall watching his Sydney. I was at Darling Harbour for New Year's Eve celebrations in 2017.
Yeah, Matt's just pure aggressive, like aggression from him there. But I think if George is calling with his 10x there, even more reason to maybe give up on that result, unless we're going to go for an absolute bomb sizing. But George sets the precedent down at the final table, saying, I'm not going to be bluffed.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to be pushed around.
Playing well. We've seen him a couple of times on the feature, playing very well. Chelsea fan, don't like the snow and the storms here, Tower. I tell you what, it's been cold, wet and windy all over and snowy all over the country for the last 4 days. Hope everybody's stayed safe and we'll get back to a bit of normality very soon.
It's a nice first hand of the FT. Patrick opening Queen 10 in the low jack. Patrick, our chip leader, he's working with a quarter of the chips in play. Probably should be noted as well, guys, average stack is around 50 big blinds. So if you have just tuned in, I did mention it before the break, but if you have just tuned in for this FT, average stack is 50 big. So much play here for the final table of the Midi main. 649 entries whittled down to this final 9. So Queen 10 for Aria. Going to get out of the way. Vidus will do the same with this one in the cut-off.
Vidus will bust Philippe Suki.
Okay.
Says, yeah, I'm in the cut-off, I'm in position. We'll raise it up.
And Chris here, he's the short stack at the table with 21 bigs. Pay jumps are fairly flat at the moment, and if Vidus is opening 8 tray, he's going to be opening like near 100%, so Chris might just take this spot if he's aware Vidus is opening this wide with the suited A7. And love this from Chris. We saw him earlier as well, really impressed on the table. Took some very good spots, got some bluffs through, some light free bets he got through pre-flop as well. But definitely one to look out for, this FT, guys. Chris, I've only seen him first time on the feature today, but from what I saw in a 2-hour session from him earlier, don't write him off even as the short stack here. Well, he's not the short stack anymore because up to 26 big blinds, Cully actually was the shorty with just sub 20 bigs himself. Ace 9 for Patrick. Going to open this one up. Looks like he's made it 80k, so opting over 2.5x open size. When you're at this stage of the tournament, you do usually just see opens for 2x. Problem when you start sizing up, 2.5x, closer to 3x. What you actually do, you just isolate a better range of hands that continue against you. Ace 3 of clubs here for Damien. Suited ace in the big blind. Here's a nice one to defend, getting 3-1 on his money. Comes in for the call.
Heads up to the flop. Patrick, ace, queen, 3. Both hits a piece. But Damien outflops Patrick.
Yeah, so Damien, lovely flop for us here.
Should we always raise in this position?
No, we can. I like the flat here from Damien because this is a board that's meant to be better for Patrick here, Tower. So it's a board that he could potentially barrel off against our big blind calling range with some king jacks, jack 10s, king 10s, these type of holdings. As well as that, we want to keep our range wide. We want to still have some 3x, some Broadway draws of ourselves, some wheel draws like some 5-4 suited, 5-2 suited that we could defend out of the big blind. Just want to keep it wider. But now on the turn, facing this from Damien, this is where he is going to start trying to get his value. Because if we call here, a lot of the time Damien's just going to check back his one pair holdings on the river unless like ace king, ace jack. So raises to 350k. And this is a complete rainbow board, so there's not really too many bluffs in this particular situation. So Patrick needs to be aware of that. On ace queen 3-4 rainbow, there's not really too much that Damien should have here for bluffs. And when someone's raising you on a board that's meant to be better for us than our opponent, a lot of the time alarm bells are going to be going off in your head. And Patrick does make the call still though.
He does.
Like he has got a host of value here, defending out the big blind. He's got queen 3 suited, he's got ace 3, he's got some ace 4 in there as well, deuce 5 suited, queen 4 suited, lots and lots of different hands, and it's just a spot where he's just rarely going to be bluffing Tower when this board's so good for our under the gun +1 opening range, just because we've got the ace king, we've got the ace queen, the queens, the ace jack, these type of hands that we're going to open from this position. On a brick river, Damien now shoving, and he's loving life once he fades the snap, and now he is begging for a call.
Absolutely. He now knows he's 100% in hand.
But even as Patrick Tower, I might just pass turn a lot of the time in this situation, but he's going to make a good fold on the river. Damien up to 1.5 million, good start to for him on this final table. Nice start, more of the same please, more of the same.
Absolutely. If you just tuned in, Chris Trick in 1, Cully Sidhu in 2, Michael Dunleavy in 3, Damien Pilkington Lewis in 4, Matt Davenport in 5, Patrick D in 6, George Robinson in 7, in 8 is Aria Sharkashik, and Vidas Siriunas in scene number 9 with D2 on back of his head. D2. So we are on the final. This is the final 9 players.
Michael, feeling better. From what? If you're talking about Blackpool, yes. If you're talking about
Luton, oh yes.
No, if you're talking about the Omaha comp the other night, no.
He's not touched a drop since.
That is very true. Oh no, I did the night after Back to the Future.
Oh yes.
Hair of the dog had to get straight back on it.
Straight back on it. Back to the Future. Well worth a watch, ladies and gentlemen. It was a great wander round to the Adelphi watching Back to the Future. If you want to if you like the theatre, very, very good show. And if you want 8 hours of entertainment, watch Back to the Future movies 1, 2 and 3. Oh, nice full from Michael. A6 suited. Could have been tempted to call them myself. Patrick's not folding. Heads up to the flop. 3-3 king.
Wow, Patrick just coming in for a random donk here, Tower. 55k. And if I'm George, I'm probably going to pill once and take some turns here with a nut high hand. Like a lot of the time, Patrick's never going to lead a free. There's just not much merit in it. So he might maybe small frequency donk some king X, but a lot of the time you just think it's going to be weighted towards spade draws, and the spade draw does actually come in now on the river. And is Patrick going to represent? And it looks like he is. Option 55k, tiny sizing. George, we've already said what we've seen from him in the feature table. He does not like folding rivers, and he might even pick this off, Tower. Getting 6-1 on a call, and he does pick it off.
It a lot.
And the ace queen high is good.
This guy can play poker. George Robinson. There might have been a reason he was only 33s. Found a new tipple this week, peanut butter whiskey. I don't drink whiskey. I drink bourbon, but I don't drink whiskey. Completely different texture and taste. Not too sure. I like peanut butter. Love peanut butter and jelly on toast and all that malarkey, but
now George has set a dynamic at the table, and he needs to be aware of this, because now if I am one of these other 8 players sitting there and I'm getting involved with a pot in George, whenever I'm betting river, I am making sure I have got the goods, because seen it twice already on the FT, saw it twice on the feature table earlier on in the day when George was made 2 heroes on the river, and both times they were correct. But that's just going to be a dynamic that I'm taking into account straight away if I'm sat at this FT, that if I get involved in a pot with this man in C7 and I am firing river, I'm going to be making sure I've got the goods. As Vidas raises to 60k. Towers. Towers just going to have a quick 10-15,
nice
get some food.
Bit of porridge for supper, you know me.
As we're going to be here a long time this evening. So Towers just popping out for 15, and then he'll be back joining me. Yeah, I'll probably do it in a couple of hours or so. Just got me for the next 15 minutes, guys. So Matt in the cut-off. 1.7 million, so working with just sub 60 big blinds. Happy to open a king. And Aria defending the A7 in the big. Aria coming into this FT third in chips. Nine, 6, 7, 2 club board, ace of spades on the turn. So Aria turning aces ups here, and love this check from Aria here, guys. It's just really, really good when people understand this. Like the times that we defend the ace out of the big blind and we turn the ace, it's just so much better to check it over to the aggressor the time the flop goes check check, because more often than not they're going to fire it with or without the ace. So really nice check here from Aria with the A7. And now over to him how he wants to proceed here. Obviously we're going to have the Broadway holdings other than Jack 10, the Queen Jack, King Queen drawing dead, so could opt for a flat, but going to go straight for value versus Matt Davenport's ace-x here. In this scenario, Matt's going to have plenty, if not all, the ace-x opening in the cut-off. If he's opening King 5 off, then we can definitely give Matt all the ace-x opens from cut-off position, and just gets out the way there. But nice check from Aria there on the turn. You'll see a lot of players that are new to the game, after flop goes check check and they turn the ace, just come in straight away for their lead. But Aria just understanding how Matt is going to be barreling that turn, high frequency. A lot of support for George. Seems like he's got plenty of support in the chat. Chris, Luke and Callum railing him on the cyber rail. Ace 10 here for Michael, nice one to open for us. Vidas, lovely little one to defend, the suited connector. Always going to be calling this as Vidas, or we should be. Jack 9-8 rainbow board. So up and down overcard for Michael here. I can incorporate some checks in here of our ace 10 on this particular board. And the King of Diamonds on the turn. And this is a card that I expect Michael to have lots of delay, continues on. Going to hit us more than it's going to hit the big blind. We've still got equity with our up and down that we've got called. And also here, we've got the ace of diamonds in our hand, so we have potential double barrel candidates on diamond rivers as bluffs. But obviously Vidas with the 5-4 of hearts just can't do anything but get out of the way. Patrick opening hijack, and George with the A6 suited. Definitely can incorporate this into our 3-bet bluff range, but looks like George just happy to flat this one. At some frequency, we can 3-bet this one, but happy to just make the call in the cut-off. Against Patrick as well as the chip lead with a lot of short stacks than us, probably more inclined to flat. Only going to be 3-betting a small amount of the time in this situation. Oh, what a flop for George. Ace, ace, 4, 2 hearts, check, check. 7 of clubs on the turn. And George putting in the double check here, trying to under-rep his hand. Lovely run out for us as well, clean as can be. And now George opting to fire. Right, fair play from George, the way he's played this hand. Big fan, really big fan of it. And once we flop the trip aces, checking back the flop because we can have a lot of hands of Patrick drawing dead. Also checking back the turn once Patrick checks it over to us. Just looks like Patrick has nothing there and we've already got the check mark. So then opted for small sizing on the river just to try and get a hero after Patrick has checked the 3rd time. So really big fan how he actually played that A6 of clubs. And chipping up nicely to start the FT is George Robinson. Yes, Scorps, this is at the Victoria Casino, London, Edgware Road, Grosvenor Casino. This is what we got coming up as well. Today is the Midi main, day 2. Probably going to be finishing up. I've done the maths and I think it will be around 3 AM, give or take an hour, because obviously stuff can happen. Next week, Wednesday, Heads Up Championship, 6 max, Haymaker sit and go, and then the big one on the 2nd of December to the 5th. The grand final, that's a 2K buy-in and live coverage for that. So Patrick opening low jack with queen jack, and George getting involved again, this time with the 10-9 suited. King 6-7. Surprised no c-bet here from Patrick. These queen jacks on the king high boards, really good continues for us. Not in the fact that we're going to have the stronger kings, but we got removal to strong kings that flat in late position, like the king queen and king jack are less likely because of our holding, but is going to come in for the delayed c-bet on this ace turn. Like it, it's going to hit us. We do have equity to Broadway, 4 of diamonds on the river. And has Patrick got the double barrel in him, can see that he would win this one at showdown. But got to think about hands, like what hands is George going to check back flop. Oh, there we go. George just can't call with this one. And Patrick gets it through with the queen jack. Was the best hand. He was value betting, unbeknown to him. Don't forget as well, guys, help us out. Social media, Facebook and Twitter, at Grosvenor Poker. Give us a follow for all your live stream coverage, YouTube and Twitch /GUKPT. Hit subscribe or follow button and turn on the notifications. You will get a notification every time that we are live streaming. We have got one hell of a schedule for 2022. Plenty going on and really looking forward to it. So Patrick, once again, opening ace-9 of hearts this time. To be fair to him, every time he's opened, his VPIP's probably above 70% this FT, but every time he's opened, he's definitely had a hand that he can open. Hasn't just been opening random trash as the chip leader. It may look like that to the table though. They're unaware of the hands he's opening. It may just look like he's putting the foot down as the chip leader, and raise and take for him there with the ace-9 of hearts. I'll pull it up for you, Ali. Just quickly, I'll tell you what, I'll chuck it up there now. I'll let this hand get dealt out. There's the schedule for next year. 10 legs, and then the grand final to close it off. Bury New Road is Manchester, leg 3. But there it is. I'll throw it up again quickly after the end of this hand, so you get a better look at that, Ali. So button for Cully, 8-4. Just going to have to let this one go. Like, yes, we can open wide on the button, but you can't just be opening any two. Trash holdings need to be going into the muck, and looks like it's a walk for Damien. So here we go. Starting off leg 1 at the Victoria, 27th of January to 6th of Feb. Moving to Coventry. Coventry, such a success this year on the schedule. I think the Mini had over 800 runners in that one, and the main was huge as well, so added again for next year. Bury New Road, Manchester, as always, will be there. Reading South's back. Haven't been to Reading since 2018. That's back on the schedule. Edinburgh's still in. Luton. The middle of the schedule is the Victoria, the 1K there, and then Leeds, Luton, Blackpool, as always, back of the year, and closing it off with the grand final, which, take note, is finishing on the 18th of December. So going to be finishing later this year, really close to Christmas. Jim Marlowe, leg 11, Great Yarmouth, 50 plus 5. You get 3 tables in that card room. A6 suited for George, and Cully here with the aces in the cut-off. He's the short stack at the table. Cully playing 17 bigs, just under. Obviously, 2 options. We can just go for it here and try and get called by George. Like, we've seen George in river spots as well, from Cully's perspective, cooled down pretty light, so may be more weighted to just take the shove approach here with the aces. But as always, you can incorporate the flat risk versus reward and try and get the money in on the flop. Because the thing is, like, when you're shoving these aces for 17 big blinds, guys, like, we block a lot of the continued range. Like the ace kings, the ace queens, the ace jack suited, going to have a real hard time, our opponent having that hand, because we have 2 aces in our hand, and Cully is just electing to shove the 17 bigs, which is perfectly fine, like especially with the dynamic of George at the table and how he's been playing. But with this A6 suited, just straight into the muck. Like that, there's no unnecessary tanking, nice and quick poker. That's what we want to see today. Well, I'm glad you're back, Tower.
What's happened,
I don't know if I should be reading this out or not. Or
which one?
This one, whatever that means.
You're not old enough.
Okay, so it's nothing rude or anything.
No, there was a TV programme in the 70s and 80s called Rainbow, and George, Bungle and Zippy were 3 of the characters in it.
Okay.
But back in the day, when you could get away with anything, they used to say things that were a little bit innuendo-ish.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with the Rainbow reference there from Sean.
Just checking.
He doesn't know Rainbow. He's far too young for that malarkey.
Only turned 27 like 3 months ago, Jim. Not even 30 yet. Waiting for the big 3-0. Oh, wow. This could be trouble for Matt Davenport here.
Uh-oh.
Because Patrick's been opening a hell of a lot tower. I know I've seen that he's actually had hands he can open, but Matt wouldn't have seen that, and there's no information that he would have got yet because this FT's been running for less than half hour and definitely not going to be folding the ace-jack. So just makes the call. Obviously, Cully is fairly short.
Jack 6-4 into flop. Two spades.
Flops top pair, top kicker, out flopping the ace king of Patrick here. Really lovely flop here for us as Matt Davenport. And Patrick firing 55k. I like these blind on blind situations when you have got top pair, top kicker. Can incorporate a raise some of the time. Could either option's fine here for Matt, call or raise. It depends how wide we think Patrick is. Like, we can have some hands of his absolutely crushed. 6 of clubs on the turn, nice and clean card for us here as Matt. And Patrick firing again. This time goes really small, 75k into 430k, so it goes around 20% pot, a little bit more. It's a really small sizing from Patrick here on the turn, and what this might be is firing here just to get a free showdown. We are still ahead of Matt's like 7-5 suited, 7-8 suited, his spade draws as well, and I'm guessing that's exactly what this is from Patrick here on the turn, and River's just going to go check check.
Was check check on the river.
Pot going the way of Matt Davenport.
So the final table of the Midi. 9 players left. This is the final table. Started about half an hour ago. $78,000 and change to the winner. Just been speaking to Riggy, who's in this next week.
Oh, it's updated.
Oh, you
I literally just put that on 10 minutes ago and there were no lines through cash game or playoff. Unbelievable. You press the button.
The stuff we have here, let me tell you, I just did it on my break. I weren't eating my burger.
Is that where you are?
I weren't eating burger and chips at all. I was updating everything. And as you can see, the 6 maxes are at the top, the heads up is second, and then the haymaker is underneath, and that is the order. We are live streaming next week.
So Aria with the ladies under the gun. Raises to 85. Guessing blinds must be up now because Aria's not one to open 3x. Must be playing 20k, 40k. Must have gone up this hand. And Patrick, ace 10 in the small blind.
Oh, Georgie.
Oh, George.
Georgie boy. Here comes Georgie boy.
Yeah, so George going to be... I was going to say, going to be free betting a blinds. Yeah, we are at 20k, 40k now. So George shoved here for 32 bigs and just happy to take what's in the pot with the ace-king suited. And Aria here with the ladies. Like, is George ever doing this with aces or kings? He might do this with jacks or tens. I'm not sure how Ari is ever going to let this one go, Tower. This is going to be a huge pot.
Yep, sure is. Biggest one of the final. Patrick's going to hate the fold. But it's the... Patrick will get out of the way. Ari is never folding. Not ever. The triangle's in as well.
Yeah, and snap fold from Patrick.
Yes, well, never thought about it. It is the old flip that we see on a regular basis, the proverbial
this is huge.
Best flip in poker.
78k up top, Tower. This is worth heaps of equity for both players within the prize pool. So
George is at risk.
And we've seen an ace in the muck.
George Robinson, the number 8 for Wendover Cricket Club. is hoping not to be out. Oh, wow.
We don't want to make a set.
Yes, the Queen's come into play now.
Fading ace, kings and queens, and we're going to lose George Robinson. So 4 on the turn, it's clean. So George needing queen, king or ace. River. It's a lady!
It's the lady!
Broadway.
Oh!
Ace, king. Oh, and
You
George
don't want to hit the
Robinson.
set, man.
Oh, why is it always the river? George pinging the nuts on the end. Makes Broadway. Aria making top set. And that pot, 2.8 million. That's going to leave Aria with sub 20 big blinds. Wow. That
George
was,
Robinson, 2.8 million, not out.
I can't just put the ace or king on the flop, Aria's thinking. Put me out of misery. Why does it have to be the river? I'm not even going to entertain these cricket puns anymore, Tao. I'm not entertaining them no more. I've heard them for the last 6-7 hours. I'm done.
I thought it was pretty good, that. I thought it was alright, that one for me. I thought it was top notch. Oh, 2.8 mil. George Robinson. Who's got him at 33s?
I feel sorry for Jam Nix, who's got Aria at 200 to 1.
Oh, man, aye.
Jamie would have been licking his lips if Aria hold there.
Oh, my days.
He's over the cricket puns.
What a hand for George.
Sam Moore.
We'll leave that to the chat box.
Oh, evening, Sabrit. Good time for you to tune in. So unfortunate for Aria. He's still okay. He's still working with around 18 bigs, I believe. So still got plenty. And Patrick, ace-9 suited here on the button. Raises to 80k. And Aria's going to be in with the sevens. Aria's got less than a 40. He's actually got 16 big blinds. So
they're in again.
He's all in. And this is close
and
for Patrick.
Says, can I have a count, please?
This is close, Tower, because Aria's going to shove all his suited ace-X here. We're going to have like ace-8 of diamonds through ace-deuce of diamonds dominated. So this is pretty close for Patrick. And I'm not sure he's going to fold. He's called. He's called. He's chucked the chip in, and we're off to the races again.
Again.
So back-to-back flips for Aria.
In 2 hands, he had the best hand pre. And he is now facing elimination if Patrick hits.
Eddie sweats.
How many sweats would you like? Ace, 9, spade, running straight cards to fade.
Oh,
no,
dead.
instant service,
Just
man.
dead. Aria's gone from third in chips to out the door in 2 hands. This game is brutal sometimes. You're sitting there, you're comfortable, you're third in chips, you think there's 78k up top, I've got a shot, and we lose Aria Sarkisic, and it's just a couple of cold decks for him, and
unbelievable.
So unfortunate.
2 hands all in, 2 hands in front, pre-flop, out the door in less than 2 minutes.
So Aria, 9th place finish up for £3,820. Great effort from him. But he's going to be thinking about that lady on the end.
I don't know if it's just Facebook, Johnny, but hopefully nobody else is having any problems touching wood.
Twitch and YouTube have been fine the last 3-4 hours.
Try Twitch, Johnny, or YouTube. /GUKPT on YouTube.
Facebook's 8 hours. So.
Oh, I see. Facebook is on the 8-hour. You're only allowed to live stream for 8 hours. So it should be back now, Johnny. Johnny Kelly on Facebook, it should be back, even though you probably won't be able to hear me because you've logged out.
If you're watching it on Twitch or YouTube, Johnny, you can go to Facebook.
Yeah.
Go, Johnny, go.
Somebody tell Johnny that we're back.
Ace Jack in the big for Vidas, and it's a walk for him.
Patrick 3.3 mil, still chip leader. Sam, do you not also think he's a younger version of the main character in Up? The first time I saw Ross, I thought he's a younger son of the guy in Up. Good to have Ross on the floor for the GUKPTs.
Yes, this is the final table, Ricky. We're down to 8. Been running for just under an hour.
George is indeed, Gary. Yeah, we found that out earlier on. Harry was in the chat box with us. And he also plays cricket for Wendover. We know that as well. And all the lads at Wendover Cricket Club are all watching. There's the payouts right now. 78,190. 55,490. Hiya Dom. Queens versus Ace King. Flop was 10 Jack.
5.
10 Jack,
Rainbow.
5.
4 on the turn.
4 on the turn. We didn't need to hit a set of queens, but unfortunately did.
Queen on the river, it's just brutal.
Queen on the river ended up with Broadway for the Ace King.
Yeah, Chris going to shove here. Tower, or should be shoving, especially against this opponent. I'm just going to be moving that triangle in a lot of the time. Well, he is just going to flat, even though working with sub 15 bigs. Flop top pair, like these are good spots to just check rip versus the aggressor. Just happy to take it down. There's so many bad turn cards for us. Obviously a heart ace. Lady's not really too bad. You expect Matt to probably have more checks with his Queen X on the flop than he does bet. He will have some bets, but I think he's going to be checking more of the time with his Queen X. But it's 9 of hearts now on the river. Going to be put in a dicey spot here as Chris, if Matt does go for it, repping the ace or jack of hearts, which are both plausibly a card he can have in his hand after opening low jack. But Matt opting to give up. The King 10 of Chris is good.
See there, 9th, Aria Sarkashik. Next out, 44.50.
They say your diamonds for Damien. So George, Ace King, raises to 80k, and Vidus with the Queen 10 of diamonds on the button. Can't see Vidus ever folding this one, Tower. Expect him to just make the call, take some flops in position. So he can free bet this one some of the time versus cut off open, but the thing is we're working with 30 bigs here, and a lot of the time we're just happy to go post. But fair play to the man, he's taken the aggressive line, and aggression is not going to pay dividends on this occasion because George just going to set him in now for 30 bigs effective. And there's the all-in triangle, and now Vida's thinking, oh, why not flat? Could have seen a flop. But fair play. Don't mind the free bet at all. But maybe thinking about Cully's stack size as well. Payouts are still fairly flat.
When you smash it, it's still
12 o'clock the 6 max. Guaranteed. We'll be here live streaming you. It's 12 o'clock. Don't be late. You've been told now. 12 o'clock, 12:30 on live stream. If you're sat at home watching it in your bed, you'll be missing it. Ball rig, cashed in the main event, cashed in the Midi.
Down to 2 tables in this as well, should Patrick.
Yeah, 2 tables in this, and Chris in the 6 max on Wednesday that we're live streaming.
Chris just wants to open this one here, Tower. 21 big, sub 22, just wants to be opening here on the button. No need to rip. Oh, it's going in. Cully's got ace queen, has to go in, and Chris will have to call. So it's going to be another race at the FT.
It's in. We're off to the races again. So, Cully's all in against Never Misser.
Against who?
Never Miss a Trick.
Ah, Never Miss a Trick, like it.
Chris, C1, 10s. Cully Sidhu, Ace Queen.
Imagine if it happens again. 10 now
again.
Working for the ace queen. Imagine if it happens again.
Not again.
The 10's now working. Well, it's a good turn.
It is.
So Cully's going to need ace queen or 10 to get a double.
No,
and it's another
not.
6. Cully Sidhu, 8th place, £4,450.
Well,
Great effort from him. Now we're looking at like 4 buy-in pay jumps, 7th to 6th. Starting to get a little bit more.
Good evening, Carrie. Watching on Facebook. Hope you are well. This Sunday evening, we're live streaming the Midi, and we are now down to 7. Evening, Leeson. Watching on Twitch. Well done to Claire G for winning the free roll.
So Matt, nice one to open, ace-9 suited. 7-handed now. Wides should be winding up a tiny bit. Love this from Patrick Tower. I really like this from him. Opting to 3-bet ace-8 off. Obviously we can't be calling +2 versus the +1 versus the UTG Open. So incorporates a light 3-bet in versus a aggressive opponent who's going to be opening a fair amount of hands, even under the gun. But Matt now going to have to get out the way, Tower. Oh, he's thinking about calling here. I'm really surprised if he does call. The price is great. I guess that's one reason we can make a call. We're getting 3-1 on our money, but we are out of position. And Patrick 3-betting our under the gun open. He's representing a very strong range, and Yeah, credit to Matt. Like, it's obviously Tower says nice fold there, guys, and you can see Matt was actually in front. So you may be thinking it's not a nice fold, but like over the long run there, it's perfectly fine. Under the gun versus +1, ace-9's got to go into the mark. Patrick's just chose a really good time to 3-bet bluff and worked perfectly for him, but Matt has to get out of the way. Unless he wants to get really dicey, which there's no need to against the chip leader and come in for a 4-bet, but no need at the moment. There's just so much play on this FT with the chips that are left in play. Staying in with Queen 7 in the small. Going to be completed. And action on Matt Davenport. Ace 10 here in the big. Going to be bumping this one up. Probably 120 is what I'd be choosing for sizing. Nice little 3x blind on blind. We don't know what size Matt opted to go, but did raise it up and get it through.
So we're on 7. As you can see there, first 78,190.
This is George's full face king of the final table.
Yeah. He's not good at all, he's just lucky.
Do you know what? To be honest with you, when you get good card distribution, Tower, like, it makes the game so much easier. When you're on that positive side of the distribution, it's like, this game's easy, it's so easy. But then when you're on the other side of it, it's like, oh, I hate this game. What am I doing wrong?
This should be much ado about nothing.
Well,
Vidus can come along as well. So we should go to the flop.
Vidus has to fold, Tower.
Right, it does now.
Has to fold.
Yeah. Now there's a bet, 3-bet to 280.
Well, I say has to fold.
You don't know Vidus.
I don't know Vidus, to be fair, Tower. I'm not too aware of him. But he is going to make the call with the freeze. To be fair, he's closing the action. We got that going for us, but we're not liking any flop unless it has a free on it. Like, we just get bluffed off our hand too often as well when it is the best hand versus continues, and Patrick is continuing for 280. And should just go fold now a lot of the time. And like Vidus there, Tower, just 7 big blinds gone from his stack just from making a very, very loose pill. Basically, only flops we like are ones with freeze on them, or like a 4 deuce 5 flop.
5. Okay. Your cards haven't registered. About it. Cheers. Yep. There's a re-raise. 240. Fold. 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 Raise to 80. Fold. 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 All in.
About 7. Huh? About 7. I was wide, I want you to go. I want you to go. I gave that energy. I gave that. I gave that. See the 2 black jacks.
It would have been a loose call.
Huh?
It would have been a loose call if I'd made it.
Look at mine.
Yeah. See, 6 hand is dead.